Marta, please come with us. So thank you very much for being here today, here and online. This is our final dissemination event. There will be some extra work till the end of the action, but we want to share with you the highlights of the project. And well, here with me, there are some great people that want to share with us their thoughts. There's Alba De Martino, which is the Director of Research and Innovation in the IACS, our institution. And please, Alba.
Thank you, Juan. I think it's a great opportunity for us as a project to be here today as a satellite event of the Conference on Personalized Medicine and to show all the work that is done in this CSA and the future we envision. I mean, I think we are not ending. We completed some work, but we see a future. There is a future there. I'm going to give an overview on how this all started for those who are not part of this great consortium. This project is co-led by our institution. Thank you, Juan and Cristina, that is there. Together with the Barcelona Supercomputing Center. Thank you, Salva and Alba. That is also there, yeah. The idea of HealthyCloud was born during a workshop organized by the European Commission back in 2018 to explore the possibility of establishing a cloud for health and research innovation. A cloud to be accessible for researchers, healthcare professionals, industry, policymakers across Europe, so all the stakeholders. And this workshop generated 5 major recommendations for this cloud, made to the funding agencies and all the actors. And these recommendations were to provide and foster standards, good practices and guidelines necessary to establish the European Health Research and Innovation Cloud, to develop and certify the infrastructure and services required for operation of this cloud, also to enable this cloud to operate within an ethical and legal framework that is adequate for health systems, to establish proper environment for training and of a new generation of data and medical scientists, and also to fund public and private initiatives for the development of this HealthyCloud, of this Health and Research and Innovation Cloud through EU framework programs. So as a direct result of this workshop, the HealthyCloud project was funded as a CSA, as a coordination and support action, and with the aim of developing this strategic agenda that we have, I think, in version 1.
1.99 is called.
1, okay. Together with all the relevant stakeholders. So all the consortium members and the coordination team have, I think they have had, we have had a virtuous synergy throughout the project, complementing each other with in knowledge, facilitating all the progress of the tasks. The objective, I think, is very ambitious, and now Juan and Salva all that they will give all details and all the work.
So Salva, it's your turn right now.
Yeah.
Yes, you have your.
Yeah. So, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here, and also thank you for being online. So there is a hybrid event. It's our public presentation of the strategic agenda, the result of more than 2 years of work between a variety of institutions representing different backgrounds, bringing to the table different expertise. And if you ask the consortium why a supercomputing center is co-leading together with IAS, a CSA, a coordination and support action that is related to health-related data, I will say that because we're talking about data, we're talking about technology. So we're talking about a transversal element that is coming from the technological world. But of course, we need the domain knowledge, and that is in the intersection of two worlds that I think until now we haven't had the opportunity to work together. And here we're bringing different background, different expertise. We're learning from each other. And I think today we will see example of that. So just to finalize a little bit this super short introduction from my side before we see some slides, I will say that the first action that we have to do a year ago, 2 years ago, was develop a glossary. Because sometimes the same words have different meaning depending where you are coming from. So that was the starting, the real joint work between different people working together. And after 2 years, we know a little bit more because there is a continuous learning experience, and we have to look into the future. So if we look at the project overview, so, oops.
You can.
Okay, if I point right to the right direction.
The one with the pink one?
This one? No.
No?
This one? No, this one.
The bottom one.
Okay, so basically, if you ask us why we are talking about, or what is the name, and there is a meaning about HealthyCloud, right? So we are talking about health data that is being used for secondary purposes, for research, not just in general. That is quite diverse, have many challenges, but also offer many opportunities. So we were talking about the health components.
The bottom one.
Okay.
Pink one.
Okay, so if we go to, but it's not just data, it's how we process that data, how we make the most of it. And then we have the distributed capabilities, so how we make that data actionable. And then if we think further, we have health and cloud, and in Spanish, the and is E. So then it's not a healthy, there is not a cloud that is healthy, that is what I want them to say.
Yeah.
There's healthy cloud as a combination of two different words that are getting together nicely. So in the project, we have two major objectives. So I would say that we wanted to understand the different aspects and bring it together. And then we have those two objectives being translated into 4 of them that you can see here in the screen. And we have been, and I think we have managed to start answering them, to achieving those objectives. Yesterday, when we were looking at the slides, one was saying, look, I think we, at the very beginning, suspected a couple of objectives, and I told him, well, we have confirmed that, because sometimes you have an hypothesis, and you need to do the work to confirm those hypotheses. And I think in that sense, we have made a significant progress. With that, Juan, I think is your turn.
Thank you. Just before giving the talk to Marta, I just want to, just 1 second, just to present our consortium. It's just a couple of slides, and this is something that we are very proud. The consortium is co-led by ourselves and the Barcelona Supercomputing Center, representing the health part and the computational part, but we have lots of people, not just us, representing this health part, public health institutes, ministries of health, universities devoted to the health research. We also have big actors in the computational part, not just supercomputers. We have supercomputing centers, Barcelona, CSC, which is now hosting the fastest supercomputer in Europe, but also EGI Foundation, which is leading the coordination of public clouds across Europe. And we have the research infrastructure, which they are the core, putting all together. Okay? We have a Crane, Elixir, HRIC. Let's say, sometimes we call the usual suspects in this health research area. So our consortium is super powerful, but not just in the conception, also in the, well, I tend to forget these universities that have supporting us at the bottom, because they are the legal expert here. And the greatest thing of the consortium is that our situation in the health research panorama, okay? We have been involved, several members have been involved in the EOS Life, several members have been involved in TEDAS, several members have been involved in FIRE, the project for federated. So, in 1 million genomes by COVID. So, there are lots of projects where the consortium is involved. And these projects are all feeding the health data ecosystem. And for us, this a guarantee, this is a proof that the discussions that are being inside the consortium are trustful, and represent a whole bunch of the community. But we have some exchange with external stakeholders, and we'll see during today's event. But to make this the greatest thing of our strategic agenda for this Health Research and Innovation Cloud. And now, thanks, Marta, for being here. Marta is our national contact point for the cluster health in the Horizon Europe, and the program expert for the program committee, right? And thanks for being here. It's your turn.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. During the past 2 days in the conference on personalized medicine organized under the auspices of the Spanish presidency of the Council of the European Union, we have been discussing about personalized medicine and the current challenges and opportunity for its implementation in the healthcare system, thus improving people's life. As stated outside the building, personalized medicine requires shared infrastructures and data platform. Secure access to high-quality, structured, and well-annotated health data is a prerequisite for personalized medicine-based research, optimal treatment for patients, and for personalized prevention. It's therefore crucial that healthcare systems establish an infrastructure necessary for high-quality, fair data collection from patients and citizens. The Personalised Medicine Conference gathered different experts from different nationalities and disciplines, and through the multiple sessions, challenges for the implementation of personalized medicine have been highlighted, including the regulatory and ethical aspects, the complexity of data sharing and the need of data infrastructures, the need of a multidisciplinary approach, including collaboration between public and private organizations, and the need of qualified professionals. To overcome some of these technical challenges, is it necessary to address data privacy concerns, to provide an ethical framework to guide responsible use of genetic information, and to develop a comprehensive regulatory framework to guide implementation of personalized medicine. The HealthyCloud project has contributed to the European Commission objectives for this topic about working towards effective health-related data sharing across Europe and contributing to the European health data space. The SRIA today to be presented identifies services relevant to address the before-mentioned challenges and identify needs. Those aspects need to be further addressed, and for this, in the forthcoming years of Horizon Europe framework, we will find some funding opportunities that can help sustain the results obtained during the HealthyCloud project. Digital transition will continue to be a driver in the framework program, and in particular, the health cluster will continue working towards the development and uptake of new technologies and digital solutions to improve healthcare and health system. Research in health data collection and analysis across border will be further explored to increase patient safety and ultimately leading to better health outcomes and well-being. The innovation potential of health data and data-driven approaches will also be explored. But not only Horizon Europe will try to address this issue of data sharing and contributing to the European health data space, the EU4Health program managed by DG Santé will support the development of the European health data space infrastructures and in member states and cross-border. The Digital Europe program will help secure the establishment and rollout of digital privacy-preserving data infrastructures and high-performance computing services, and the development of methods and tools for modeling complex phenomena related to human health. It will also support the achievement of the objectives under the Digital Decade program by improving interoperability within the European health data space and access to health records. The AP-PERMED partnership, launched 2 days ago in the framework of the conference, through joint transnational calls, will also support the connection of research and medical and health data to make them accessible and to establish a two-way data sharing process between research and clinical data. For that, an interdisciplinary approach is required. It is therefore clear the relevance of the HealthyCloud project coming to an end and its results in the initial steps for the European health data space that will deliver more efficient, sustainable healthcare solutions and healthcare sustainable systems. Hopefully, this meeting will clarify the future directions to implement the SRIA and start building the Health Research and Innovation Cloud relevant for the development of personalized medicine approach to prevention, diagnosis, and treatment. So, Thank you all for being here and wish you a fruitful meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your kind words. And next turn to give the voice to the European Commission. Okay, we will have a representation of all three directorates that Marta just commented, and we are going, well, I don't know if they're already in Zoom. It will be the turn of Martin Dorasil from DigiSante. We can move down there. It's turn first for DigiSante representative, which is Martin Dorasil, Deputy Head of Unit of. No, it's first. No, they changed. It's not Silas, sorry. It should be Martin. 1 second. Oh, it's named Fulvia in this panel. The next one. No, it's Fulvia. Sorry, it's a link named Fulvia, but it's actually Martin. Yep. Are you there, Martin?
Yes. Hello. Good morning.
Thank you. So Martin is the Deputy Head of Unit of Digital C1. The unit devote which the biggest involvement in the EHDS development. So, Martin, your turn. We know that you are in a hurry, so please.
So good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation. First of all, I should pass my apologies from Fulvia Raffaele, our head of unit, who was unfortunately on short notice unable to attend your event, but I'm stepping in on her behalf, and thank you very much for the opportunity also to provide our perspective from the Director General for Health and Food Safety, DG Sante, in the European Commission. So first of all, I would like to congratulate the project consortium for their great work. This project started already back in 2018, so it was even before the actual work, for example, on the European Health Data Space and many other data sharing initiatives has been initiated. And your project successfully assessed and contributed to this changing landscape and articulated a sustainability plan with very relevant, credible activities and meetings. And I believe the needs of the health research community are very well addressed. Moving from your initial core idea of a new cloud infrastructure to a more flexible structure aligned with relevant initiatives like the European Open Science Cloud and the European Health Data Space. When I look at the services the project is proposing for the sustainability of the HealthyCloud, I see very, very relevant proposals. Starting with the monitoring monitoring service for health research strand. This trend rightly proposes to track the status of health research. The European Health Data Space that the Commission proposed recently and that we are working on setting up aims to foster more health data-driven research. And there is a clear need to keep our finger on the pulse of research to understand trends and identify possible gaps. For funding agencies like ours, this could prove to be a very useful service to support the assessment of the impact of frameworks like the European Health Data Space, but also as a source of information to guide future funding decisions. With regard to the legal and regulatory guidance offered by the project, recent legal initiatives such as the proposed regulation on the European Health Data Space, but also the Data Act, Data Governance Act, or, for example, the recent review of the pharma legislation, are transforming the legal landscape and also transforming the way how health data can be used for research innovation, but also for health policy making or regulatory decisions. A service focused on legal and regulatory guidance could be of great value for research organizations to raise awareness of changes proposed or introduced, as well as of the opportunities arising from these changes. Thirdly, looking at the work on metadata standards and data interoperability. Your project rightly identifies the lack of metadata interoperability as an important challenge that should be addressed. Similarly, you also highlight consistent use of standards, starting with use of standards during the collection of data as another important challenge. And this is in line with our assessment in the Commission, for example, at the time that we proposed the new regulation on the European health data space. As you know, the EHDS regulation, or the proposal, proposes a framework for the use and reuse of health data. It clearly promotes the use of a specific standard for the primary use of health data, which is being referred to, or which is called the European Electronic Health Record Exchange Format. Currently, two services available for the patients and especially health professionals are the patient summary and the electronic prescription. But in the future, the intention is to also extend the range of the available services to cover also, for example, laboratory results, medical images, and hospital discharge reports. With that, we intend to increase the types of data available in a commonly standardized format. Standardization efforts for secondary use of health data are less, let's say, prevalent in our EHDS proposal, with less requirements for data holders or the health data access bodies. However, we do propose interoperable data sets catalogs across Europe, and also we are proposing a new data sharing infrastructure. We will need to do more on this aspect also in the future, and this will have to build on efforts from the work of different stakeholders, and especially the research community, to make sure that we get it right. And this takes me to the last area, or the last service that your project is proposing. A health research community for EOSC and for the European health data space. Standardization is only part of the work we need to address. More widely, we need to structure how initiatives like EOSC and EHDS collaborate with the research community. The European Commission proposed to establish an EHDS board to inform the operation and evolution of the European health data space. It is foreseen that stakeholders and relevant third parties, including, for example, the research community, should be invited and attend meetings of the EHDS board in the future, and to participate in its work depending on the topics to be discussed and their degree of sensitivity. I could imagine seeing inputs from any follow-up of HealthyCloud as a potentially relevant stakeholder, or offering information relevant for such exchanges. In addition, we intend to launch a stakeholder engagement action to enable all relevant stakeholders, including, of course, researchers, to understand better what the European health data space will offer and how it will operate. Importantly, we want the stakeholder engagement action to be a platform for the improvement and evolution of the EHDS framework, so that it can continuously meet the expectations and needs of relevant communities. We will also provide more information on this upcoming action in due time, but I'm sure what has been developed as part of HealthyCloud and any follow-up activity will be extremely relevant. I will also say a few words about the current state of play regarding the European health data space. The proposal for the regulation on the European health data space is currently under negotiations with the European Parliament and the Council, where the member states are represented. Discussions are progressing, and we are still aiming to reach a final agreement for an adopted text, ideally by April next year, so that it can be adopted still by during the mandate of the current European Parliament, so before the European elections next year. In the meantime, we initiated actions supporting the implementation of the EHDS. Building on the efforts of the first joint action supporting the development of the European Health Data Space in the area of secondary use, the so-called TEDAS joint action, the Health Data at EU pilot was launched in October last year to design and validate an infrastructure for the secondary use of health data. This project is led by the French Health Data Hub, and it involves 17 partners from 9 different countries, and will inform the permanent EHDS infrastructure for secondary use that should be operational in the near future. We are also supporting member states in their preparation efforts in view of the implementation of the European Health Data Space Framework. Earlier this year, we launched actions to support member states in setting up or scaling up health data access bodies at the national level and developing core capacities, and provided support from the EU, financial support for that from the EU for Health program. These activities will start at the beginning of next year in 2024 and will help member states to design and implement the core capabilities expected from the health data access bodies to participate in the operations of the infrastructure for the secondary use of health data. In addition to that, we expect member states to benefit from training materials, training sessions, and other support on the key capabilities for the EHDS infrastructure for secondary use that, again, are supported from the EU for Health program and made available to the member states. This is why we recently launched a call for tenders for the procurement of capability building activities for the secondary uses of health data for the European Health Data Space. The deadline for this state tender is 24th of October, and we expect the procurement activities to start at the beginning of next year. One of the services that are envisaged in your project concern the sustainability of the project and relate to metadata standards and data interoperability. As I mentioned, this is an important area, and we have also identified it as one of the key elements for the success of the European Health Data Space. And for this purpose, we will soon also have a project supported from the Horizon Europe to develop the EHDS data quality and utility label. This project will initiate. This project will start or will be launched next year, and will develop a framework to articulate the characteristics and the potential usefulness of data sets for every type of data users. This framework will also support data holders in identifying and addressing areas of improvement, which can in turn allow for wider and better use of these data sets. Finally, we will also soon launch a new EU for Health joint action for preparatory activities for the reuse of data in the proposed European Health Data Space. As I mentioned, the European Health Data Space proposal is currently under negotiations. However, there is a need to prepare the ground for the implementation of the HDS as soon as possible, and through that to enable the actual secondary use of health data in the proposed European Health Data Space once the legal framework is put in place. So with that, I would like to conclude, and I would like to once again thank you all for the great work that was performed as part of this project, and also thank you for the opportunity to share the views of the European Commission with you today. We are grateful for individual contributions from many of the partners involved in this consortium, and we look forward to continuing working with you and more broadly working together with the health research community in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Martin, for the great presentation. I have a quick question. You mentioned it's important to engage with different stakeholders. You mentioned there is the intention to have stakeholder forums put forward as an action by DG Santé. What is the timeline for that action?
Thank you for the question. I mean, there are different ways how we are intending or actually currently already engaging with stakeholders. So there is already an existing forum, the so-called eHealth Stakeholder Group, that brings together representatives of the different stakeholders that are active in the area of eHealth, including, I mean, the research community. And this is already, what we refer to as a Commission's expert group, and they are meeting regularly, at least twice or sometimes 3 times a year, depending on the topics that they need to discuss. And that's already an existing forum for stakeholders to provide their input. But we would like to, I mean, with the European Health Data Space proposal, we would like to further enhance the engagement of the stakeholders. So as part of the proposed regulation, we are suggesting to set up the future EHDS board, where will also, where stakeholders can also participate in the discussions, especially depending on the topics that will be discussed and their particular expertise. So this will, of course, I mean, you asked about the timing. I mean, this will, of course, depend on when the final text of the regulation is adopted. But we hope it will be still before the end of the mandate of the current European Parliament. So in the first half of next year, where the proposal hopefully will be adopted, and after that we will immediately start with the implementing action. So thereafter also the HDS board will be set up. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the answer. We have a question in the audience. So Nicholas.
Yeah. Hi, Niklas Blomberg, Elixir. Thanks for a really nice presentation. So it's quite likely they will take a bit of time between the regulation comes into the force and it actually practically generates mechanisms for reuse of health data. And one way of sort of kickstarting this whole space and making sure that we build up the ecosystem and the habit of reuse would be to use the many excellent cohorts and sort of data collections that have already been funded through various European projects. And in the last couple of days here, we've heard things like Harmony and many other things from the Personalised Medicine, ERANET. There are also many others coming from the health program. Is there any thoughts about how we can sort of sustain those data collections and make sure that they get advertised and sort of provide a sort of starting point for the European health data space and the health data reuse?
Thank you for the question. I mean, obviously, before I mean, these are all very valuable projects, and as you say, I mean, they will provide a foundation for the European health data space. Obviously, before the European health data space is put in place, I mean, formally they cannot be connected, but in the future, once the EHDS is in place, one of the objectives of the European health data space in the area of secondary use of health data is to facilitate the discoverability of the data for the researchers, for example. For that purpose, we will, and that's one of the features of the data space, there will be an EU level dataset catalog that will include the metadata for the available data sources for the researchers to discover their data. And obviously all these existing projects and important sources of data will be made part of that catalog and will be included there, so that the path for the researchers or for the future users of the data is made easier, and we facilitate the identifiability and discoverability of the data.
Thank you very much, Martin. I have the impression that we could be the next 2 hours having this conversation, but I think it's really time to move to another DG, in this case DG Connect. So thank you again for participating today, and let's move to our colleague Saila Rine, from the Head of Sector from DG Connect, in the e-health, well-being, and aging. So, Saila, welcome.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me and see my slides.
Yes. Yes, we see your slides.
Excellent. So thank you very much for the invitation to this event. And also, I'm going to complement what Martin explained very well when it comes to the European health data space, the different strands. I will zoom out a bit to the bigger picture of the European data strategy and data spaces and what DG Connect, which is the technology DG, what we are doing in health. Of course, we are closely collaborating with colleagues from other DGs, include, of course, Sante and RTD are our main interlocutors. So, do you see also the text, like the text on top of the screen? Because when I'm sharing, I don't see it very well, but...
Yes, we can see it. Yep.
Okay, very good. So the European Commission has been working in the past few years a lot on creating a single market for data. It all started already many years ago with the Open Data Directive for public sector, but this has now been evolved in order to really to boost the market for data, where we would have a proper free flow of data in the EU across borders and sectors for the benefit of innovators, researchers, companies, and public administrations. Of course, we want to do this in full compliance with European rules and values, in particular privacy and data protection rules. When it comes to health, this is particularly important, and that's why we have the sector-specific regulation on health data. The main objectives of the European data strategy are to set clear and fair rules on access and reuse of data. We also want to invest in next generation tools and infrastructures to store and process vast amounts of data. We are also joining forces in European cloud capacity, and we have the common European data spaces, which are planned to become fully interoperable, and we are funding under the Digital Europe program all these different data spaces and also the underlying computational capacities. And we have a data spaces support center, which is facilitating the coordination of the development of different data spaces. And most importantly, there will be users having rights, tools, and skills to stay in full control of their data. This is a very important aspect of the European data strategy. Martin just explained the European health data space proposal for regulation. Of course, there is a full regulatory framework surrounding the EHDS proposal. We have the General Data Protection Regulation. Then when it comes to security, we have the EU Cybersecurity Legislative Framework to protect critical systems, like in hospitals, for example, systems and infrastructures. For the safety of the medical devices, including software, we have the Medical Devices Regulation. And then for artificial intelligence, we have in the making the AI Act, which is based on risk-based approach and ethical considerations. And lastly, as explained, we have the Data Governance Act, Data Act, which are part of the data strategy in order to ensure that there's a level playing field for data sharing in Europe. So what are we doing under Digital Europe program to support the health data space part of the program? We have three major initiatives. One is on cancer imaging, in order to link resources and databases to establish an open infrastructure for cancer images for innovators and researchers to have robust and enough good quality data for training their algorithms and having AI algorithms and having digital technologies for improved clinical decision-making, diagnostics, treatment, and prediction. Then we have the member states initiative around genomics, so 1+Million Genomes initiative to enable secure access to genomic data, to facilitate research, personalized healthcare, and public health. Thirdly, we have the virtual human twins initiative, which is about to be launched. We are now funding a coordination and support action to launch the ecosystem, and then we move to the next steps of having a platform for computational models and organ systems to support prevention, diagnostics, and treatment. For the European Cancer Imaging Initiative, we have a very new development from last week. The initiative has reached a first major milestone, which is the first version of the Cancer Image Europe platform. It links in total over 200,000 image series and about 20,000 individuals and covers 9 different cancer types in terms of data sets of cancer images. The prototype has been delivered by the project funded under Digital Europe UK, and it features a search tool to understand the information available at the data provider sites across the EU. The access to data can be requested from data providers in line with applicable ethics and data protection rules, and the first version of the rules for data providers and users and the operational procedures for the Cancer Image Europe platform have also been published. So more details are available through the links that you have on the slide. For the 1+Million Genome Initiative, I would like to mention the European Genomic Data Infrastructure project funded under the Digital Europe program as well. It is underpinning the initiative, and the project has delivered a starter kit, which is one of the major project outputs, supporting federated data access workflows. It is a set of software applications and components co-developed by the national GDI nodes, and it's based on open community standards, and they are freely available to any interested party. The starter kit gives all countries the technical capacity to access more than 2,500 synthetic genomics and phenotypic datasets, including the use cases which are in cancer, rare diseases, and population genomics. And this is happening across borders. So this GDI project is scheduled until late 2026, when the Pan-European Federated Genomic Data Infrastructure will be established. Already by the end of 2024, at least 6 national nodes will have achieved fully operational status, while other countries will build up their capacities incrementally until 2026. So this is where we are with 1+Million Genomes. Then very briefly on the Virtual Twins initiative, as I said, we are only at the beginning and supporting under the Digital Europe now the community building and the platform. Yes, so just to illustrate what the ecosystem is all about. So it is a substantial piece of work, and it will not happen in the immediate future, but it's a more forward-looking initiative with great potential. This is all from me, and I'm happy to take questions if you have any. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Saila. Very comprehensive view of the DigiConnect activities. Some of them highly connected with ours as EUCAIM, which are actually doing their General Assembly back-to-back here in this space. So we're exchanging that much. There is some question here in the audience. Should be. No.
Okay, I think you can hear me now. Hi, Saila. Thanks for a really nice presentation. Niklas Blomberg from Elixir. I know it's difficult online. A really good overview. I really like the way you painted a picture of the two sort of data initiatives. You came mobilizing data images and then the genomics from 1 million genomes, and the human virtual twin, which is really focused on mechanistic models. Now, I wonder, is there any thought that the missing piece of this to me is artificial intelligence? I mean, AlphaFold got a Lasker Prize this week. We know it's really transforming the life sciences. And so I'm missing a dedicated investment into artificial intelligence. We look at the virtual human twin, it's models, but a lot of that is mechanistic systems biology type models, which is a bit of the weapon from the last war. And I think I'd like to see a sort of dedicated large-scale investment in mobilizing data, but really driving artificial intelligence in pan-European data sets to make sure that we are competitive also in this space.
Thank you very much for the very relevant comment. Actually, AI is very much embedded in all of these initiatives. And we are also supporting under Digital Europe, like AI on demand platform and testing and experimentation facility for health. There is a lot of investments going into AI, but perhaps there could be indeed something which brings together all these different approaches under the applied to the different types of data sets. And also to say that these initiatives are not in a vacuum like standalone initiatives. They are collaborating constantly also on AI methodologies and many other and ethical rules and data access issues and the rest. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Another question. There's another question.
Michaela Mayhofer, BBMRI. Eric, thank you as well for the presentation and equally sympathies for online participation. My question is regards to ethical and legal and societal issues, whereas some projects have a well connection to it, others only very limited. And is there any program foreseen to boost that also with engagement of citizens and patient organizations? Because so far, very often, the implementation is focusing on the technical aspects rather than the organizational, of course, bearing in mind that the EHDS is ongoing.
Thank you for the question here. I must say that in particular in the genomics initiative, there is a very substantial piece of work on ethical, legal aspects. A lot of work is going into it, and we hope that in particular this work would benefit also the cancer imaging initiative, because you have similarities when you need to access highly sensitive data, whether it's cancer images or genomic data. So we really are looking forward to building a common framework for the ELSI aspects. I think we could do more on consulting different stakeholders. I'm sure that the genomics initiative is doing this as well. But indeed, I take this is a very good suggestion. We should also think about how to be more active in that front. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the answer. And I can disclose here that BBMRI is also part of many other organizations, some of them represented in the group and contributing to the ELSI. There we see the importance, but only the tip of the iceberg, because we could hardly do the work even that we wanted. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you, Michaela. Well, I think we can stop here for the sake of time. Thank you very much again for participating today and also participating last year in our very first event. And well, we can keep counting on you for further events. So our next speaker is Arjon van Hengel from the RTD. He's a head of unit of the digital ecosystem. So it's health ecosystems, which is the unit that has been overlooking us at most. So Arjon, your turn to give us a glimpse from the research point of view.
Okay, good morning, everybody, and thank you for the invitation. I'm happy to be present at this nice event and really showing the success of the project you've been working on, the HealthyCloud project. So I will try to share my screen now. I hope I managed to do that. Can you let me know if it's visible to you?
Not full screen, so you can make it full screen.
Okay.
No, now it's black.
You don't see it now?
Yeah, we can see it right now.
Okay. Good, thank you again. So what I want to tell you is really a bit of the background and also the context, because I think your project is very important, but it's also placed in a quickly changing environment, because what we see when we're focusing on health data, that there's not only a kind of explosion in the amount of data that becomes available, but also several initiatives that are trying to make most use in a safe and fair way of this data. So of course, if we're looking at the future of Europe, we have to invest into it by supporting research and innovation activities in a broad area. So what we're doing is we're doing that through our Horizon Europe program, and that has very many different areas, different pillars and so on. There's different instruments to support research and innovation. But one of the aspects here, of course, that is central is supporting health research and innovation. And that's the part that I will focus on now mostly. And what we want to do is support health research and innovation in order to create a better society in Europe. So to help the patients, to also create a better competitive situation for Europe in this area of health research and innovation, and supporting the industry also there, all to improve the situation for the European citizens and, of course, the European patients. So how are we doing that? We're doing that under our cluster health. So that is one of the subsections of the Horizon Europe program. And this, again, is subdivided into 6 different destinations that are listed here on the slide. So these destinations are covering different parts of health research and innovation. But of course, it's not a strict separation. There are clearly connections between these different areas. My unit is in charge of 4 of these 6 destinations, and it includes the destination 5 that is highlighted here. And that is focusing on unlocking the full potential of new tools, technologies, and digital solutions for a healthy society. So you will see that everything that is creating a new technology is also basically generating new data. And what we want to make sure is that we optimally use this data for the benefit of research, and in the end, of course, for the benefit of the citizens and the patients. So how has your work started? It was already mentioned during the introduction. So there was this workshop in March 2018 where we got experts together, and these experts looked at the situation of how are we going to deal with health research in this quickly evolving situation where we are generating more and more data, that in a way we should harness the potential of that data to support research and to advance the development of innovations and in this particular area. So these experts that were present at that workshop, that came from many of our different projects that we supported through our research funding instruments, they generated this paper, this expert opinion paper, towards European Health Research and Innovation Cloud. So that paper had a number of recommendations that you see here on the slide. And of course, if we want to go forward with that and try to address these recommendations, then we have to take an action. So for that reason, we published a call in our work program, and that has led to your project, the HealthyCloud. So I mentioned already personalized medicine, and I think it's very relevant to mention that again here, because of course your event is linked in a way to the big event on personalized medicine, and that was just taking place this week, and also to the start of our new project, the co-funded project on personalized medicine. So we're active in this area for quite some time already, and what we've done is trying to mobilize the international community to set up a framework for personalized medicine. So that means that we have to support the basic research there, also the clinical research, identify different populations, stratifying tools, also keeping into mind how do we move towards the market
Arjun,
in the area of personalized medicine.
can you hear me? We have issues with your slides here. Can you try to switch them off and on again? For some reason, they are all mixed up. It's a pretty weird. No, okay.
Oh, let me see how this all works now.
Okay.
Do you see the slides now?
We see them within the PowerPoint screen. That's still the PowerPoint screen. Well, now, yeah.
Do you see it now?
Yes, we can see the IC Permet full screen.
Okay, good. So at least this slide is okay. When I move to the next slide, I will check whether you will see that then.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so in the area of personalized medicine, as I mentioned, of course, there's more and more data generated also. And what we have to make sure is that we use this in an optimal way, because only like that, this data will be of benefit for the patients in the end. So I will move to the next slide. Can you see this?
We can see it.
Okay, let's hope, cross my fingers that it goes well from now on. So I think what we've shown during the unfortunate pandemic that we've had on COVID-19, and that fortunately is going down a bit, but we're not really getting rid of that virus, of course. But here we've really seen the power of health data. What we are facing with is an unknown virus, actually, that was having a lot of horrible effects on our complete society and on our citizens. So what we wanted to do is, of course, attack this with research and trying to develop the tools to help our patients. So thinking about diagnostics, thinking about interventions, thinking about vaccines and treatments. So to do that, of course, you need to mobilize the scientific community. And here it's crucial that you're working in collaboration, because if everybody works independently in different sectors, then we're not getting the speed into this that is needed to deal with this pandemic. So for that reason, we launched in April 2020 already the ERA versus Corona Action Plan, which had 10 actions. And one of them was really establishing a research data sharing platform for the SARS-CoV-2 and coronavirus-related information exchange, so that the results of one research group are open to other research groups, so that indeed you benefit from this availability of research results as soon as it's being generated, and you don't have to wait for, let's say, a publication or a patent to come across, because that would cause too many delays. So this has resulted in the open access European COVID-19 data platform. And of course, there you get a collaboration between the European Commission, EMBL, Elixir, so the research infrastructures, member states, and other partners. And this has been really crucial to advance research. And we've also seen that if we look at publications related to COVID-19, that Europe has done a very good job there. So the research scientists in our region have really benefited from this collaborative aspect. Another thing that I want to highlight here is the variety of data that we are dealing with. And I think, again, here, the COVID-19 pandemic is a good example, because what we are generating is health-related data, so personalized data, clinical trial data. We're also collecting genomic data. We're also collecting genomic data of pathogens. So we're dealing with a large variety of different types of data, and the important thing is really to make sure that the data that we're generating is used in an optimized way, so that we're connecting this in a proper mode. So, of course, in Europe, we are lucky that we have European infrastructures. So I think I want to highlight this wide spectrum of research and discovery based research infrastructures that are focusing on imaging, on biological resources, genomics and proteomics, of course, the bioinformatics resources that are very important here also, and medical research facilities. So with having within Europe these research infrastructures in place, we're really trying to improve this whole development pathway. And of course, with these research infrastructures, we're supporting the research community within Europe and making available tools that will help them to advance in a faster way. So it's also important here, of course, to mention the European Open Science Cloud, which is part of the European research area. I will not say too much about that, because I've seen that later on in your program there is a specific presentation on that, but I just want to highlight the importance of these kind of initiatives. Something else I want to bring forward is the Innovative Medicine Initiative. That is Europe's partnership for health. So this has finalized now, but it has given an enormous contribution to the area. So under the Innovative Medicine Initiative, we had a collaboration between the European Commission on one side that partnered on the other side with the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations. So it's really the trade association of the pharma industry. And the idea was here to join forces, so to combine public forces with private forces, and that way move forward, also support the European competitiveness in this particular area. It has been very successful in combining the knowledge that is there in academia with, of course, the knowledge and the capacities that are there in the industry. It has supported a large number of projects, also a large number of projects that were dealing with health-related data. And again, here, it's crucial to work together to get the input from public sources and combine that with the knowledge and development possibilities of the pharmaceutical industry to really make progress in this area and to use health data in the most optimal way. So IMI has finalized, and it's now being taken on under the new name IHI, so the Innovative Health Initiative. Now, the Innovative Health Initiative is broadening this. So we're now not just partnering with the pharmaceutical industry, but also with the medical devices industry, with the biotech industry, with imaging industry, and with data-driven industry in the area of health. So what we want to do there is make use and build on the success of IMI by looking at the health industry in a much broader context, because we cannot separate everything in different areas. So we really want to make progress while under the health area, so to get innovations towards patients which are taking into account this interplay between pharmaceuticals, devices, imaging, etc. And of course, that is then an area where medical data are crucial. So what you will see under IHI in the coming years also is really projects that will be funded that are focusing a lot on medical data and trying to make optimal use of that. So next to that, under our Horizon Europe program, we are funding a whole series of projects, of course, health projects and projects that are also specifically looking at health data. So what I want to mention here is a cluster of projects where we actually support a series of projects where we think that they would really benefit by working closely together with each other. And the cluster that I wanted to highlight here and the projects that are shown here on the screen is the Into EHR cluster, which is really looking at innovative tools for the use and reuse of electronic health records and our patient registries. So it's really focusing on how can we make progress in this area, looking at standardization, looking at the fairness of data, and the interoperability. As I said, also looking at the different data sources and different classes of data. So it was mentioned before, of course, because this is a central element of the future that we're looking for, and that is the proposal for the regulation of the European health data space, to set out really these rules, common standards, infrastructures, and provide a framework for the use of health data. So this, of course, has the direct benefit for the individuals, so to empower the patients, individuals, to have access and control of their personal data. But it's also really something that we should harness the potential of the data that are generated and that are existing to support and advance research. And that is then focusing, of course, in what we call the secondary use of data. So for us, it's important to make available the data that are generated, but in a fair and in a secure environment. So for our research project, we are supporting the establishment of the European health data space. In that context, I also want to mention this call on developing a data quality and utility label for the European health data space. It was already mentioned by Martin, my colleague from Santé, because of course it is crucial if we're setting up a whole structure on health data, that the data that are in there are of a high quality and that can be used. And for that reason, of course, we need to address that and make progress and setting up a framework on designing an optimal way of generating data and storing data so that they're fitting into the European health data space in a most optimal way. So we have received a proposal for this, and that is currently under evaluation, and we hope that this new project will start at the end of this year. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and I'm available for questions. Thank you very much.
So, Arion, thank you very much for the nice introduction. That was a great tour across the different projects that are under the GRTD. And I have a quick reaction to your presentation. We know, and I think everyone will agree, that data is key here, but which mechanisms do you have to incentivize people to curate data, to maintain data? So because data is good, but someone has to keep it or generate or bring it to that high level high quality.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we of course fully agree with you. So it is important to make sure that this data is available so that it's stored in the correct way. For that, I think the European Health Data Space proposal is key. So what it intends to do is setting up a federated system with a whole series of let's say, nodes that are making sure that on one hand, the data is safe and secure, and that the questions that might come in from the research community are translated and are coming through and are getting the outcome that the researchers, of course, are looking for, but of course in a very safe and secure system, so that you cannot trace any individual back into that. So it's really a federated system where this storage is key.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you very much. So is there any question in the room? Because otherwise, I would like to thank you very much. We are really on time, so I will keep my other two questions later on offline. So thank you very much to all the speakers today. And then I would like to bring in the next session. So we heard the commission, right? So we have the three main directorates, although the actions that we have been touching base on today goes across different and beyond those directorates. Now we are going to listen the other side, the community. So for that purpose, we have invited three different projects that represent different communities. So we have the TEDAS, that is our equivalent. So Elena, please join us and welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation to come here and talk today. So I will be talking about TEHDAS joint action. Not hopefully repeating too much what has been already said yesterday. Many of you participated also in this conference yesterday and the day before, but some repetition might be here. So the joint action, TEHDAS supported the member states and the Commission in developing concepts and proposals, recommendations, to support the work on the secondary use of health data. So to really help boost research and innovation, but also better policy making, and also in that way enable better health for us all. So the project ran for 30 months. It has officially now closed. We are still finalizing some of the reporting for the Commission, but it's coming. And the project budget was about 4 million euros in total. It was coordinated by Sitra, but we of course had excellent partners from 25 different European countries working together to make this happen. So here are the 4 pillars of the European health data space. So we worked on legal and governance aspects. In TEHDAS, we worked also on the data quality aspects and the infrastructure aspects to promote the secondary use, but what we didn't work with really was this capacity building side. So you can see that there is this void in the capacity building side, but we noticed in the TEHDAS sustainability work that the capacity building is of course very crucial for the implementation of the EHDS. And we see that there are initiatives and projects coming up that will be also picking up this issue, because the challenge is huge for the digitalization skills, for the healthcare professionals, and also for the data analysts. There is a huge need to get this together and to really start working and help with implementation of the EHDS. So as Saila mentioned just before me, there are these big legislative initiatives and measures that the European Union has been working on. So this is a very impressive list. Most of these are part of the sort of so-called horizontal legislation, but then if we look at the EHDS, that is of course a very sector-specific legislation. So this is quite a jungle to navigate. So from TEHDAS conclusions, the recommendation was that we really need to clarify this picture both at the EU level but also at the national level, because there's also interplay between these different legislations, the interaction, and it's not always clear how it is going. So one of the key barriers that we found out in Tehdas in related to this cross-border use of health data, the secondary use, was this legislative aspects. But here is the more detailed analysis. So 47 papers were reviewed in total. We identified 89 barriers, 20 of which were then going through a more detailed analysis, and then 11 barriers were prioritized. And as a basis of these, also 23 European countries provided a more detailed real-world examples of these barriers. And 6 of these 11 barriers, they were related to the legal challenges. So there are also big challenges in the legislative aspects. 3 were data and semantic related challenges, as also noticed by your project, and also 1 infrastructure related and 1 trust related. And also the trust is difficult to gain if we have these big legislative barriers, making it more difficult, this interpretation. So we have tried in Tehdas project reach all the different key stakeholders. They are, of course, healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, citizens, healthcare professionals, industry, and regulators. We have had many stakeholder forums organized in the context of the Tehdas project, but also many policy forums specifically targeted for the policymakers, and also many project forums working together with the researchers and other key stakeholders. But now looking back, as Tehdas has ended, what we see that we didn't maybe reach so many is this group of healthcare professionals, because they are busy working in the field. They are the doctors and the nurses busy saving the lives of other people, so they don't have time to commit so much to these activities. But this is also a key group to interact with, because we see that there's an important relation, interlinkage between the primary use and the secondary use. So it's important to them to understand the value of the input data that will be then used later on for the secondary use. And another group that we didn't really maybe perhaps reach to the great extent was also the SMEs, because also they are struggling with the resources they have at the moment. So that's also a challenge. We have had a very steady flow of different outputs and reports. We have produced altogether 36 reports, deliverables, and milestones. They are all available on the Tehdas website, so tehdas.eu, and you can look, they are all openly available there, and download if you find them more interesting. So a few words about the EHDS architecture. Here in the big picture you can see sort of the overall concept of the EHDS architecture, and we can see based on the Tehdas proposals that the Commission has used the Tehdas work as an inspiration for the EHDS. What changed in the Commission proposal is some of the terminology. So instead of the nodes that we had in the original proposal from the Tehdas, we have now the NCPs for the secondary use, and we also had the data permit authorities, but here they are nowadays known as the health data access bodies. And on this left-hand side, you can see it is more sort of the simplified picture of this. So it's the same version, same picture, but more simplified version of the interaction between the different actors. So for example, we have the data holder side, and there's interaction with the health data access body, and then the data user has interaction with the health data access body, but also through this secure processing environment. And there's also the cross-border connection through the NCP, and they are also linked to the EU core platform. TEHDAS data lifecycle. This is, of course, crucial to have the data quality measures in place throughout the whole data lifecycle. So from the data preparation also to the user side. And here you can see that which actors are interacting or involved in each step of the data lifecycle. But let's not go into details in that. Then I want to bring up some of the highlights of the TEHDAS proposals that are related to infrastructure. But these are just very few highlights because there's massive work behind, and you can read more about it in the report. But there were some key recommendations, and these recommendations have been prioritized. So in one way or another, they reflect the views of the TEHDAS partners. For example, in relation to the data integration, it was considered important by the TEHDAS partners that the integration takes place at the level of the health data access bodies that grant the access to the data and also prepare it for the use, or rather than at the level of the data holders, because that would maybe create more complexities. And then in terms of the secure processing environments, both the security standards of the secure processing environments and also then the auditing mechanisms, they should be agreed at the European level to ensure proper uptake, but also harmonization. In addition, it was considered that a secure processing environment at the EU level would be provided in addition to the country-level SPE. And then also that support and training services, they are of course crucial, and they are needed at the both levels. So the health data access bodies would offer support to its users, and it is also then coordinated with the EU core platform. But one of the overall key findings was, when we look at the TEHDAS work as a whole, is that there is clear guidelines needed, really more detailed guidelines that it help navigate the whole system, how the SPEs would be used in the case of cross-border and multi-country projects. So that was all, and maybe we have some time for questions.
Thank you very much. Are you? Yeah, I'm here. So thank you very much, Elina. I'm a little bit biased because we, as an institution, we contributed to the TEHDAS, but
yes, actually, Juan is to thank here because Juan was leading the infrastructure work, so he is really the expert here.
This is not the point for today, but we also try to work together, giving inputs from TEHDAS to HealthyCloud. I have a question just to react here is, do you think that could have been changed or adapted some part of the joint action to fit the research voice more than it has been heard during the project development?
Do you mean in TEHDAS or in TEHDAS 2?
In TEHDAS.
Yes.
Not in TEHDAS 2.
let's stay with the TEHDAS, yes.
No, in the TEHDAS joint action.
That's a very good point. We have been discussing that. We have had some very vocal researchers involved and very much participating also in the stakeholder forums. Yeah. But really, if we think about the breadth, then I would say that, yes, we would have needed maybe more also researchers' voices in this regard.
Okay.
That's a very good point. And I think it's very important to keep in mind when we are also planning the next joint action.
Good to know.
And I was actually very happy to hear about the Commission initiative about the stakeholder engagement action, because that is very much needed, because we need to be working at the several fronts.
Exactly, that's a good opportunity. A question here?
I get.
It's open.
Yes, it's on. I guess this is, thanks for a really good presentation, Elina. Really very, very good overview. Just a comment on your last slide. I couldn't agree more. I think we really need to look at these safe processing environments or trusted research environments or whatever they are called. And there is actually a project starting in February, led by Alexei, together with CSC, EUDAT, Barcelona Supercomputing Centers, and many others, to really look at how we get alignment between these national trusted research environments or secure processing environments. So many countries are building them up. Almost every country will have at least one national, or in many cases regional or institutional. And so I think that interoperability between those environments, especially on the legal and organizational side, is really critical.
Exactly, that's a very good point. And that also has raised one of the questions that we have noticed, that are we really talking about the same issues when we are talking about trusted research environment and the SPEs? Because then it seems that in some countries there might be some difference in the interpretation, but then we don't know if that is shared by everyone or if we are talking about, in the end, about the same issues. So this actually shows the complexity also of the issue, and we should be more clear about this to all the stakeholders. That's a very good point.
From the HealthyCloud perspective, we are in the following session, we are going to present some elements we discuss internally, but add something more food for thought in that topic. If we don't have any other questions here, we can move towards our next. And thank you again, Elina. So it's your turn, Niklas. Niklas Blomberg, Director of Elixir, Founding Director actually, and right now here representing the EOS Life, one of these large cluster projects that were funded under the EOS umbrella. So, Niklas.
Thank you, Juan, and thanks for the opportunity. So, I hope to just give you a flavor of some of the things that we've done between all the life science research infrastructures in the EOS Life project. See if I manage. Is it? Yes. So really, I think one of the beauties of biology is really the diversity of data and sort of the glorious complexity, if you want, both in terms of size scale. So if we look at the research infrastructures in life science, we have, say, the crystallography or the molecular details in atomic resolution that you get out from Instruct and the large synchrotrons, up until ecosystems or indeed population-level clinical trials. And so looking at not only humans, but actually humans in context. And the same goes for timescales. There are technologies measuring processes at very short sub-second timescales, going up to very long-term either ecological studies or clinical studies that span multiple years or sometimes lifetimes. And so really, and I think Arjun hinted to that in his presentation from RTD, is really how do we bring together this data and how do we make sure that it can be reduced and sort of been brought together for interesting research questions. And really that was the starting point for EOS Life, and it was an effort to build up these data capabilities across all of the research infrastructures in the life sciences. And I'll come back to that, but one of the really important parts of this project was really what we called, back then when we wrote the proposal, we wanted to fund a data expert at least one data expert in each of the research infrastructures to make sure that we start building that capability. And I think one of the success stories of the project is actually these data experts. If we went to the EOS Symposium a couple of weeks ago, also under the Spanish presidency. Actually, the most of the representatives from the life sciences were these people that were sort of started their journey in EOS Life and now have become an integral part of the sort of data strategy for each of the infrastructures. I think that's something we're really proud of. The other point I just want to point out is that we talk a lot about data, but actually to do something with data, you also need tools, software, workflows. You need to find and help the scientists to actually do something interesting with the data. And in science, that means to work with another really important part of the research community in the life sciences, and that's the tool developers. So the data, many of the methods are bleeding edge. And so that means the analysis of this data is also novel science. And there is a very large and rich sort of community of tool developers in the life sciences. These are young scientists, PhD students or postdocs who actually write and invent new analysis methods as part of their research programs. And that is also a really important part of our constituency, and we wanted to find ways of supporting also these scientists. So we also believe, and I think as the start, that the data can actually make a difference to many of the big societal challenges. And when we started out, we thought about health and how we can contribute to EU mission. And then the project started in 2019. On came the coronavirus and sort of placed itself in the middle, not only of all our lives, but actually also in the middle of this project. And Arjan talked about the ERA versus Corona Action Plan, the COVID-19 data portal, and the work we did to bring together that data. And actually, EOSC Life transformed itself into one of the response vehicles for that ERA versus Corona Action Plan. And we got the shootouts from Elixir for the COVID-19 data platform. But I just want to make the point that that wouldn't exist without the mobilization of data from all the infrastructures in the life sciences. So that's it really is a collective effort. And so if we look at that, and I tried to, we had actually in 2020, we added on in the emergency response, we added on 2 large work packages, one for the COVID-19 data portal and actually for a COVID trial repository. So where do we store the data from the clinical trials? That was launched in sort of urgent response to the pandemic. This is now managed by ECRIN, and I think it's turning into a generic trial repository and metadata store for all type of clinical trials. So there is an important legacy here. But if we just summarize what we think we wanted to deliver, it's people, and I mentioned that with the data experts, and that was really an important part of the project. Of course, we consolidated. We are research infrastructures, and we work with services to the researchers. So that service delivery needs to be connected to the data flows. And as I said, we worked on data resources, but things like workflows and registers, how do you find things, are equally important. And we did a lot of effort and actually front-loaded all of the work on workflows to deliver the first version, not in 2021 as was planned, but in 2020, so that all the work on coronavirus analysis could be posted into these repositories. I think, and this has really worked really well for us in EOSC Life, is that it was a user-focused and a user-driven project. And so a fair fraction of the budget, but actually the work was done in partner with user projects through open calls. And the research infrastructures are really quite used to this. We have a lot of these transnational access projects where you put out excellence-driven applications for users. We did the same in EOSC Life. We had a number of different calls, open calls, where we invited the community to partner with us, and we would develop the solutions in partnership with these user projects. And so that I think has been really successful with a large number of projects. And I'll just give you a flavor. If you go to the homepage, there are over 30 of these sort of tiles with different projects. But stepping away from COVID, I just want to give a couple of really interesting ones. So this one, oops. This increasing the fairness of fertility data is one of my personal favorites. So it turns out, and this is work with Historic England and groups in Spain and elsewhere, turns out that the botanists, paleobotanists, are collecting small silica bodies from Earth, and you can, by looking at them, you can understand what people grew in that spot 200, 300, 400, 500 years ago. So it's a really important data set. And what they wanted to do, it's a small community, it's quite niche in a way, but it's a small community, they're working together. They come to us and ask, can you help us verify our reference data catalogs? And that's been a really nice collaboration, resulting in a whole suite of papers where that sort of data set for that community is now put out as open data and as a fair data, well-annotated catalog. And I think that's one of these sort of success stories at the long tail of science, if you want, but it's not only the big initiatives, it's also a lot of awfully good science happening in small science communities, and and it can be equally transformative for these communities with good data practices. The other, which I think is also a really nice, and again I picked them just to illustrate principles, is work done by University of Freiburg together with a Swiss biotech company. And so that's a company that essentially sells analysis of foodborne pathogens. So they are taking samples for customers and analyzing to make sure that there is no pathogens in various food processes. And so they're a commercial operator. They had analysis pipelines. They use genomics to do this. They had analysis pipelines in-house, and they came to us and said, actually, we'd be quite happy to work and put all of that analysis out as open source. That's not part of our business model. We just want robust analysis, so that can be done open source. We put that in Galaxy. It's on the internet. What we really sell is the analysis procedures. And so we worked with them, and all of that sort of analysis package is now available for anyone to reuse, and it's robust, it's validated, because they are, of course, using validated assays towards their customers. So that's, I think, is a really nice example of sort of public-private partnership in the open science space. And if we're just a little bit innovative, I think we can find a lot of ways of creating value with companies around open science. It doesn't necessarily mean that you sell data in the way that you sell milk in small packages. You can actually use completely different business models to create value around open science. So, like everyone else, I'm struggling with this one. I'm sorry for that. I'm going to speed up, but I think the point I want to make from quite a busy slide, this is some of the technologies we worked, but actually that one of the big, I think, benefits of the EOSC cluster projects have been the interactions with the other disciplines. So there's been a cluster project in each of the scientific disciplines, in high energy physics, in astronomy, in environmental sciences, and in social sciences. And we've had a number of really good collaborations that actually been carried forward now in the next generation of EOSC projects. These are just some examples. So one of the things that we've been looking at is really what we call fair research objects, but that's a way of enhancing the reproducibility and the replicability of analysis workflows. So you package the computation and the data together in what we call a research object, and then you can store that research object, and anyone can come and open the package and see what did you actually do? What were the parameters that you fed into your workflow and tool? And so that's really quite powerful. It's really important in the life sciences. It's equally important in other fields, and so we've worked with other cluster projects and other projects to sort of spread and enhance that technology. And I think that's really one of the benefits of the cross-discipline working in EOSC. We now have nice follow-up projects also with the high energy physics and astronomy community, where we co-lead a project on software, scientific software development. Will start next year. It's called eVerse. But it turns out that across these communities, we all care passionately about high-quality, reproducible scientific software. And actually, while the science that we're doing is very, very different, that part is connecting across the disciplines and something we can carry forward. And just to wrap this up, I just want to say a few words on the legacy. And so we've done, we'd like to think that we've helped to populate EOSC and created sort of an EOSC life science component of EOSC. There is data there, but there is also a number of technologies and technologies and standards, so the HRIC I mentioned. And actually what we see now is this has been taken up by a whole sort of portfolio of projects that are running, so the second generation projects. So that's, I think, is a really nice way of sort of sustaining those outputs. And actually we've done quite a lot of work on thinking about sustainability and how to preserve that EOSC life legacy. I won't have time, but there's actually a preprint out on Zenodo, and it's just been accepted last week in EMBO Journal, so it's in press and hopefully will come up quite soon. We call this the Be Sustainable recommendations for fair resources, and sort of dive in to some of the details of how you can think about when you write your sustainability plan for various research projects. And I think it all comes down to what we call a sort of a model, and you can start this at any time, but really you have to work with the community, build it with the experts, and we, as we said, we liked open calls. It's about demonstrating what you're doing, not only tell what you do, but actually show with case studies how it's used in science. You have to think about sustainability all the way from the start, so be a bit prepared and maybe agile. We had to switch with the coronavirus. Bring people together. They need to trust also the governance of the whole package so that they feel they have a say. And of course, it's open science, and you have to be open and inclusive and bring people along on that journey. So I'll stop there, and thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
Thank you very much, Niklas, for the great presentation. So, to me, EOS Live was a nice collaborative work across different communities, but we didn't have, or you didn't have, all the communities represented here. For instance, population health. If we want to bring them in, what can we do as a EOS Live? What you learn in EOS Live that can be transferred, or perhaps in the line of the 5 recommendations?
So that's a really good question. And I think it pays off, and I think that's what we see, is to think about the different communities and what are the touching points and how can you work together. So if we look at say the earth sciences or the biodiversity, it turned out there was a really strong need for those reproducible workflows, but that provenance of workflows and data. So especially in the earth sciences, people worry a lot about where were the thing measured. Was what the underlying sort of buoy or atmospheric sampling site or the infrastructure for that, where was that measured and how was that measured? And so that's quite similar need to what, for instance, we need in the life sciences around both for a human data in terms of provenance, but also if you do things around biodiversity data for the Nagoya protocols, you need to be able to say where the data came from. So those needs are quite similar, and that's a really good sort of starting point for collaborating and bringing things forward. As I said, with the high energy physics, we found a completely different touching point. That was about high quality engineering. And so I think the way for bringing in new communities is really to looking at what are the needs of that community and what are the touching points. And open science is a really good starting point for that, because we don't need to worry about foreground or background and who owns what piece of this system or framework or software or whatever it is. Open science just means that we can all contribute, and everyone has waived their sort of ownership in to be able to contribute in the larger community. And that, I think, makes it very easy to bring in specific groups around specific problems.
Okay. Thank you very much, Niklas. I think there was a question here, please.
Yes. On?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentation. My name is Elina Trakvik, and I'm from Sitra, the Finnish Innovation Fund. So I have a question, a bit of a follow-up question to what you just said. First of all, have you had any projects, or are you planning to have kind of strategy to link together also these different aspects, life sciences and earth sciences, or biodiversity projects and life sciences, and looking into the microbes in the environment and how it's affecting the microbes inside us? Just a more practical question first. And then a second point, we have been discussing here the past 2 days about also the importance of science in society, and also open science and citizen engagement and citizen science. So do you have some kind of a more elaborated strategy to bring this aspect forward, or how are you engaging the society in a more sort of systematic manner? Or yeah, those 2 questions. Thanks.
Great questions. And so the short answer is no, we didn't do any of that in EOS Life. But for the first part, so what are we doing across all of the disciplines? There is actually a new project starting, led by Giovanni Lamanna from LAPS, or from the astronomy community, which is bringing together all of the cluster projects. And the idea is actually there, a large part of that budget is, just like in EOS Life, open calls. And so the idea is to invite research projects and communities that are a little bit interdisciplinary, and then use not only the assets from EOSC Life, but actually the assets coming out of all the cluster projects. So that, I think that would be really interesting. The project starts next year, so the jury is still out. On the second one, on citizen engagement, we didn't do anything of that in EOSC Life, but actually I'd like to give a shout out to Cienzano. I think, where is Shona? Over there. So in the Buy COVID project, which is one of the follow-ups, actually Cienzano has done an amazing job around the COVID data and developing a public engagement toolkit, but actually a toolkit for teachers. So how do you engage sort of 15 to 18-year-old students around these type of problems and data? And they've done, I think is it 6 or 7 languages, something like that? Seven languages, yeah. So it's been translated into 7 languages. It's been tested with the students in Belgium, I think was the last one. Yeah, so it's really interesting. But that's work from Cienzano in another project. But I think that's a really interesting thing to look at.
Thank you very much, Niklas. There is no more time, but thank you.
Thank you.
So we go to the next speaker, and I really like the name of the project, Data Save Lives. I'm quite interested to learn a little bit more about that. So we have today with us Gosde Susulu, hopefully I pronounced it properly, from the European Patients Forum. So Gosde, the floor or the screen is yours.
Thank you, Juan, and hi everyone, and apologies I couldn't come today. I wish I could have been there with you as well. But today I would like to present a little bit about Data Saves Lives Initiative, who actually we are the secretariat of as the European Patients Forum. As many of you may know, we are a pan-European umbrella organization based in Brussels, Belgium, and we actually are mainly focusing on the chronic disease patients and rare disease patient communities, but we got 79 members as your EPF. So we thought starting this initiative at EPF as a secretariat was the best starting point. So, so would you like me to share my slides? I guess that would make it easier, right? Let me find my slides here. So, sorry about this. Here we go. There. So, okay. So there. Okay. So what we have done, so we started in 2019 with this initiative concept. We thought it's very important when now these topics are coming up with the European health data space, with this whole AI concept, that we needed to have raise the wider patient and public awareness about the importance of health data and improve understanding of how it's used and establish some sort of a trusted environment for a dialogue on this issue. So we started bit by bit with a website and the social media activities, and we did some live online events. We wanted to have more and more, of course, face-to-face events, but unfortunately COVID-19 hit, and then we had to make most of our activities virtually. Because we realized it was very important. We knew from the beginning as EPF, but we wanted to kind of expand the understanding of the importance of patients' involvement in this whole conversation, because it would help drive, for the clinical trials, for patients to be able to understand what's behind the scenes, what's behind the curtains in terms of their data processes and what's happening, and also them to be able to get empowered actually to have their own registries, maybe have their own data, strength to be able to go out there and actually be part of the real conversation, and also be able to participate by generating their real world insights, so it could kind of combine with the overall data story. And of course, it was very important for them to be able to build their relationships with industry partners, other organizations, other sectors, so that they could actually talk about it and ask the right questions, so that they could be empowered, because we believe knowing more brings more trust. What we know as people, I mean, you don't even have to be just for the patients. What you know more actually helps you ask the right questions and get your answers, and that would help you build trust and a bit of a known environment for you to feel comfortable to actually participate and actually be meaningful contributors to that space. But what we have realized during that, during our interactions with our members, with the EPF members about the topic, we've noticed that actually the understanding of the concepts around data, AI, digital health, they were not strong enough. They were not. There was very much big gaps between different members and their understandings. There were some misunderstandings. So we thought of, okay, we have to strengthen this pillar, which is actually the boot camps. So educating, training our members for them to be able to actually use the materials we work together so that they can take it back to their own members and be able to maybe present it on their own local or disease-specific organizations. So we held our first ambassador training bootcamp in 2022. We have had 17 member organizations representing, and the topics were around data. So it was really 101 data topics. And we tried to cover the terminologies around the data, and then we also wanted to inform them about a bit more what's going on in the EU level, all the legislations out there, the European Health Data Space concept, and then key challenges about it as well. And we wanted to hear from them as well, how difficult it was in terms of the communication in their own environment. Did they really know anything about the European Health Data Space, for example? They were more familiar with GDPR, but did they really know their interaction? So we really had the hands-on training with our members, 17 of them. And then we had the second one, which was in 23. This time we thought, let's focus on AI. During these works, we have been also working behind the scenes to be able to build a toolkit with all the outcomes and the materials we've been building in the last years, so that we could actually give some materials to our members. So the second bootcamp on AI was actually a bit more challenging than the first one, because of course AI in its own is more complicated, a lot more, the concepts are a lot more difficult for us to cover just in 2 days. But we try to at least give them the basic principles, the terminologies, the governance, and the legislation on AI and what's going on as well on the EU level in a similar way we did with the health data topic. And what we are doing now actually is working on another one, which is going to be in December. This time we thought, let's go get a bit more, maybe deeper into the conversation, try and bring our members that are already kind of working in their own communities with a community-governed patient registries. So this is going to be also quite a hands-on training. We are working with one of our projects that we've been working on, working together with its European Health Data Evidence Network. It's Eden project. So Eden partners, some of the people from the Eden project will be joining in. We will try and do the understanding of the patient registry, health data partners concepts, and SMEs' roles in these, and how difficult it is, because it needs a full process around the whole patient registry idea, how it's going to impact once we have the European Health Data Space, what does it mean for patients and ones that have registries in terms of the ownership and the governance of the data within the European Health Data Space. So we will try and kind of dismantle the whole concept and see how many of our members are actually ready to move forward. And we would like to follow up with them afterwards, of course, in terms of the processes they will have to work on during that period. So as I said, with all the work we've been doing, we're also working on the toolkit. We have one version already online. So I just wanted to inform you that next week, actually, we're going to have the second version, which this time we're going to be including not only the data topics, but also we are including all AI concepts within this toolkit. We call it the 2.0. So we are really going to have the basic knowledge about the artificial intelligence, but also the topics we covered during our bootcamp will also be part of that toolkit. This year we will be only having it in English, but we have two of our actually members that are having them locally, Germany and Netherlands, that will have the toolkit tailored to their national needs, not only translate it word to word, but also kind of tailor it so that it can also fit the audience that's in their own local environment. This is a pilot, so we have to see how it's going to go. But in terms of translations, in next year, we're hoping to also get these translated into the European languages, EU languages, but we will try and start with a few and then see how the uptake is. Because for us, it's very important for them not only to translate these, but also tailor it to the needs of their local settings. So that, as I said, we also worked last year. It was a very nice idea from the Ministry of Health and one of our actually advocates that she's been working since the beginning with Data Saves Lives, that she's setting up the German version of Data Saves Lives with the website and the whole campaign and now the toolkit. We're trying to bring the DSL to the national levels after this stage, because we believe once the implementation of the health data space in the national and regional sessions, it will be crucial for the education like we have discussed earlier. It will be very important for our patient organizations to start with, be equipped to be able to answer the tricky questions a little bit better and also be able to ask the right questions. And right now we're also working with Netherlands, so that's going to be our second, hopefully, national hub that's going to implement first the toolkit and hopefully eventually later next year the whole concept of Data Saves Lives in Netherlands. So that would be it from my side. If you wish to follow us and be part of our journey, we have social media activities as well. And once our toolkit is also live, please visit the website or on the social media. And happy to add you to our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gotze. Very nice presentation. I don't know if there's any question for the audience here. So I have a question regarding your experience exchanging with researchers. So you have planned this activity with the Eden network, the Eden project, for December, but you have a previous experience with your activities and research activities, and how you feel that this exchange happens. Let's say it's
with researchers.
Researchers, yeah, research projects in the involvement. So this kind of exchange we want to cover here because it's part of the stakeholder element for the HealthyCloud part.
Of course. Well, researchers are the difficult community for us to still approach and be able to communicate. But I think even we have in the part of our core group, we have a research representative researcher and also a patient, so wearing double hats. So it's very important for us to be able to strengthen the conversations, but it's very important as well we realize if we want the dialogue to develop healthy and become actually something that's sustainable, we first need to equip our members, so our patient community, to be able to ask the right questions. Exactly. And be able to understand a bit better what the researchers are actually meaning when they are trying to engage with patients.
Which at this point are far in this conversation, right? So this vocabulary is still...
Absolutely.
Okay, so this is something that we need to work possibly hopefully in further stages of our endeavor here. So, well,
absolutely.
So I think if there are no other questions, we can stop here and finish here this session. Thank you very much again for your participation. It's very important. We think it's very important.
Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Welcome back. So people in the room, please take your seat. Dear Juan. Okay, so thank you, everyone. Thank you for continuing with us, people online. We go to the second and last block of today. So where we are presenting the work that we have been doing in HealthyCloud, and for that we are proposing innovative formats. And innovative in the sense that we will have a dialogue between people in the consortia. For instance, we're going to be talking about health data, whether we can mobilize data or not, and all these ethical and legal aspects that we should consider when working with health-related data. And the dialogue will come because our colleagues who has presented in the previous session will initiate the conversation, putting forward questions that probably many of us are asking ourselves. So there will be a nice conversation between the representative and the previous session speakers. So in our first block, we have Shona Gosgrove from Cienzano, who's going to talk about more the health-related data perspective. So Shona, please join us in the table. Then Elena from TEDAS will conversate. We'll have the conversation with Shona. And then we will move to the other blocks. So Shona, the floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you, Salva. Is my mic on here? So actually, I might stand up for this. So yeah, I'm going to present from the perspective of work package 3 and 4 in HealthyCloud on the health data perspective, where to find data and how to access it. So just to mention, I'm presenting from the perspectives, I'm representing us at Cienzano, but also CRG and SAS, who are co-leaders of work package 3 and 4. So in terms of where to find data, because we all know that the landscape of health data in Europe is very heterogeneous. So one of the pieces of work that we did in HealthyCloud was to do a health data landscape analysis. So we were trying to map what data is out there and the fairness levels of the data sources and also the feasibility of linking individual level data for research. So we did the piece of work firstly in a survey just of the health data collections that were relevant for the use cases in HealthyCloud, and then we expanded the landscape analysis through a collaboration with the PHIRI, so the Population Health Information Research Infrastructure, which has a really nice health information portal. It's essentially a metadata catalog of different health data sources across Europe, and it has over 330 records at the time that we extended the landscape analysis. So we thought it was a good opportunity to have a more overarching view. And in terms of the fairness assessment, we actually developed a fairness assessment tool in HealthyCloud to be able to do that. And what we found is, obviously, the landscape is very heterogeneous, lots of different types of data collections, and the findings that support individual level data linkage that we saw were that a lot of the data collections have individual level data as opposed to aggregated, and they have pseudonymized data and use a unique personal identifier, which helps data linkage. But then, of course, there are findings that do not support data linkage, which was the fact that actually a lot of the data, as we know, is not interoperable. And the fairness levels of the different data collections did vary. So you can just see on the map there on the slide, that's the countries that were covered by the broadened landscape analysis, thanks to the Health Information Portal. Then, of course, in terms of how to find data, we know that findability of data is really dependent on having good metadata. So our colleagues at SAS led the work on standardizing metadata templates. So they developed guidelines on having standardized metadata templates and assessment of fairness maturity levels. And of course, we wanted that to be in line with the ongoing developments. So they provided recommendations, but also a metadata record template that was in line with DCAT AP, given the use of DCAT for the future EHGS. Then, of course, in terms of how to access data, so our colleagues at CRG and SAS were leading the work on the governance aspects of data collections. So we collaborated together on the survey that we used for our initial landscape analysis, and they used the survey to be able to analyze the governance practices of different data hubs and data collections. In terms of how they provide access to their data, how they are in line with regulations, how they, what discoverability solutions they use. And they also did a really interesting piece of work on the next slide, if it will come there, where they did a different survey to analyze what auditing and incentive measures the different data hubs use. In terms of how data hubs actually audit the work that they're doing. So how many data depositions they do, how many access requests they get, how many access requests they provide, and what auditing systems they use. And then in that deliverable, they provided recommendations that the HRIC should actually have common auditing systems to make sure that data hubs are actually measuring the same thing, and that the HRIC should advocate for active incentives. So on the next slide, you can see a bit of a complex slide, but a really interesting piece of work about incentives. And so they surveyed the data hubs to see what incentives they use for data deposition, and you can see the lists in the middle, and then they categorize them in terms of their impact and also their ease of implementation. They've got a nice matrix, which is presented in the last deliverable of Work Package 4. So then, in terms of what our work packages contribute to the HRIC, so obviously, as we know, health data availability, verification, and standardization are essential for a future HRIC, and researchers need to know where they can find the data, so that's where standardized and interoperable metadata catalogs are really important. But we do see that there are gaps and needs that remain in terms of the application of the FAIR principles across the data collections, and that's why we provided guidelines for FAIR metadata catalogs. And then, of course, in terms of governance of the data hubs, the recommendation for the HRIC is that data hubs with different data governance models should be included in the future HRIC. Another finding that we thought in terms of the future of the HRIC is about integration of research infrastructures to really make sure that researchers are benefiting from the tools and services that they provide for their research, and also in terms of alignment of the EHDS and EOSC to make sure that we have an aligned vision of how research infrastructures would be integrated. So that's everything from my side in terms of work packages 3 and 4 on where data is and how to access it.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the great presentation. It has been really interesting to learn more about this project and the work you have been doing. Now that you have been also involved in Tehdas project, how do you see that? Do you think in the future or in the near future it would be useful or possible to see and analyze in a more bit detail that where are the sort of the commonalities between Tehdas and HealthyCloud, and how this could be also visualized to the stakeholders? So this is one question. And then also another question that how do you think that we could follow up and build up on the work that has been carried out in these different projects, and how to ensure this continuity? Because we know that when the project then ends, then sometimes we don't know, or the researchers don't know what has been produced in other projects, and there can be some duplication, or we don't really use the synergies. So how do you think this could be better incentivized and made more effective?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question, because actually what we see is we haven't actually mapped the similarities between HealthyCloud and Tehdas formally, but it is interesting. You can see, especially in our work packages that are more about the health data, there are obviously similarities in what we did. So it would be nice to be able to line them up and see what we did and what was also missing, because as also in Tehdas, there maybe wasn't some of the work that was done on the more computational side of HealthyCloud, which would still be useful for the implementation of the HGS. So that would be an interesting piece of work to see how they line up and what's missing. And I think it will also help in the future, the Tehdas 2, if there's anything to build on the work that we've already done, just to make sure that the work that we've done in HealthyCloud isn't forgotten.
Do we have any questions from the audience? Because we have still 1 minute to go. Oh, if you have any other additional questions.
Well, I can, if we have time, then I can ask a little bit more about the incentives you said. We will hear more about them later on. But in your view, what do you think one point would be most important?
If I may, I might hand over to Teresa, because it was actually CRG who was kind of leading the work on incentives. So I'll just hand.
Now? Yeah. So we were leading the work done in here, but the big chunk of work has been done by Laura down here. But I think I can answer. So we've done a thorough investigation on these incentives, and it was not easy. The decision to catalogize them by easiness of implementation and the impact was very good, done by Laura again. And we've basically found that the most important point would be to teach the researchers that basically our infrastructure could be a trampoline for their data to be used a lot of times. And so they can get citation, they can get linkage, and their data set could really travel around if they deposit. It's difficult for a data hub to give incentives because we are not in the right position, we are not in an easy position. We already offer a free service. So really incentives come from other stakeholders in these, like funding agencies, journals, editors, and these. From the one who do the job, giving incentives is hard, but probably showing what we do is one of the best ways. If there anything else to add, you are very welcome, Laura.
Mine already? No. Now it's working. So, I think everything was said by Teresa. Maybe just to add that it was very interesting work because we had first the creation of these incentives and defining them, and then we also had the opportunity to see with the community in one of the workshops that we have with some stakeholders to see if these incentives would work with them. And I think the most interesting thing that we got from the workshop was that what they find is that the very basic incentive would be to raise awareness, that they are saying that what we need is to incentivize that data share is done by training and also like communicating that this is useful and the impact that it will have.
Perfect. Nicholas, 20 seconds.
20 seconds. So just to follow up on that incentive part, I think one group to talk about incentives with are funders. If we look at the UK Biobank, I know the Wellcome Trust is looking very carefully at the sort of total amount of citations coming out of that open data set. And it's thousands of them. And they see that as a really important measure of impact of their original investment in the UK Biobank. Because essentially they're making that cohort sort of normative for all personalized medicine research in the world, which for a funder is a massive impact. It's a different type of impact than the individual researcher, but that's an important part of the impact statement.
Yeah, that is great. Nicholas, I think you can keep the mic because you are coming to the stage now. So we have the second part. So we have how to mobilize and how to use data. So we have been talking a little bit of data, now how we make that data actionable. And for this particular part of the session, we have Laura Porte from the BSc and Eva Garcia Alvarez from the HRIC, and then Nicholas will be the counterpart. So you will be the one in the privileged position to start the conversation with both Eva and Laura. So please.
It's the one at the bottom, right? This one. Okay, perfect. So yes, so now we had the very nice presentation by Sean about data and where to find it, and now we need to move on how to find flexible and responsive ways to use this data, and also if it's necessary to mobilize it for its analysis, how this should be done. So I will start this presentation, I will give an introduction, and then Eva will continue and give more details about it. So we wanted to start this presentation with this. a statement saying that data sharing is caring and it is the right thing to do, and for that we have many motivations, and we have stated 4 of them here. The first one, I think it's clear for everyone, it accelerates the research, because if I get data and generate data and share it for the others to be used later, then I'm sure I'm be saving time from someone else that might need this similar type of data as well. Also, it increases the visibility and the discovery of my data and my research, so that the work that I'm doing, it's visible for everyone. And this is going to be also related to data quality and following the first principles that Sean already explained before as well. And finally, it also helps with the compliance of funders, publishers, and other policies that now it's getting mandatory to share the data to get funds or to be published. But of course, it also have a dark side. It's not everything it's good. It also have some challenges, because you need to understand the data protection and all the legal part of it, that sometimes it's complicated. Also, you need to follow data and metadata standards when possible. You need to know where to find them, which ones are good for your data, and sometimes can be challenging as well. Also, maybe sometimes you are producing data and you want to share it, but you don't know what repository to use. And maybe even you have all the data, you want to share it, and you don't know, or you don't have the skills or knowledge to do it, and you need to find help for that somewhere else. So sharing the data improves the data flow across different disciplines, because we are talking about health data, but we hope that at some point this health data can be related to other types of data, like environmental data, for example. And this will increase the knowledge of all the communities, and therefore getting more interesting results. And in this little plot, what I wanted to show is that if you have results and you combine it with other data, then you will get new results that can be used then by other groups. So in the end, the whole scientific community benefits from it. And then you can say maybe that all of this doesn't go with you because you don't produce any data, but I'm sure that this is not right, because when we talk about data, we talk about digital objects. It's not only data sets that we might think that it's data, but it's also code, software, databases, or even documents that are important, and they have to be standardized when possible and documented when shared, so that another person can reuse them. And also here you can find the user profiles that we defined in HealthyCloud that are producing or consuming any of these types of digital objects in the healthcare field, that we thought that they were important to consider, like, of course, healthcare professionals, researchers, citizens, also the people that are responsible from the data, like data managers, data curators, or data stewards. Also the infrastructure providers in the data side or in the compute side, and policymakers, of course. But now to continue the presentation, I will focus on the researchers' side, especially because we didn't have time to focus on all of them. So now that we know that a lot of data is produced, we need to know, can it be truly shared in a responsible manner, and how it is mobilized if we need to mobilize it to analyze it? So to answer these questions, I want to start with the user story that we had in HealthyCloud for the researcher's point of view. So in HealthyCloud, we had 2 use cases, one in cancer and one in natural fibrillation, and both of them led to research questions. That would be the beginning of a research process for my researcher. And this involves having where to find the data and the compute resources to answer this question. And for that, in HealthyCloud, we defined the FAIR data portal, that this FAIR data portal has different specifications that were defined in different workshops that we had in HealthyCloud. And the first one of the specifications would be to have a metadata catalog of data hubs and data collections, so that you can find data and also share your data. Also guidelines on how to contribute with more hubs or collections that you think that would be interesting to be there. Also, very important, and now Eva will continue with this and get in depth to it, the data access conditions, how to access this data. Then also, this is from the data side, but from the compute side, it's important also that infrastructure providers to analyze this data are represented in this FAIR data portal. And finally, we also thought that it would be interesting to have a section with guidelines and knowledge hub on different procedures on how to make your data more fair or how to anonymize your data, for example. That these are topics that usually researchers need to know. So, as I said, this FAIR data portal starts with finding the data in data hubs and data collections with the data access conditions attached to them. And now here, I will give the word to Eva that would talk about this. Thank you.
Yes, so thank you for this introduction and actually for starting the user journey path. And as Laura said, we are now, we are now here in this step that is about where is the data. And actually, we think that the FAIR data portal can really help with this. Yes, now. So we decided to work on the specifications of data access. And the first thing we realized is that we needed to know exactly what features this data portal has. So it wasn't completely clear, so we decided to define 6 different scenarios. And they go from the most simple one, that you only have the data hubs listed there, for instance, to the full provision. So this will be a scenario 6, where you have all features that you ideally want in this data access portal, right? So no matter what of these scenarios we choose, we end up with some considerations that are important to take into account in all of them. The first of them is actually data characteristics, and here we can think about, for instance, the size of the data or the sensitivity of the data as well. And the next one is about the organization of data sources. When we are trying to access the data, we need to think if we are accessing data from only one data source, or for instance, if we are aiming for data that are in data sources from different regions of one country, or maybe even from data sources within in different countries, which will be the most complex scenario. And finally, we decided to compare a little bit as well the traditional and machine-driven data access, because some data sources would prefer, they are ready to implement machine-driven approaches, while others would prefer traditional ways, and same applies for users. They have different preferences. So in order to place all these considerations through the data access procedure, we decided to define some steps that go from the data access application, then to negotiation. Finally, we have to take care, of course, of the data access conditions, and finally is the implementation step. But as I said, all this highly depends on which scenario we choose. After asking the question of where are the data, the next question would be where are the computational resources, and actually we can split this question into 2. The first one is this one that you can see here, that it already assumes that you have access to the data, and now you wonder if you have enough computing capacity where you have the data. And here we summarize it in 2 very simple answers. The first one is yes. So if you have the computational capacity and you have the data, you are good, you are ready to go, and go ahead and analyze and perform whatever analysis you want to do. Unfortunately, this is not usually the most common answer, and in most cases, you don't have the computing capacity where you have the data, and here you could start considering using a secure processing environment, and it depends on the data. If the data can be moved or not, you would consider an SPE that is in the same place that the data are, or maybe you could use a global SPE. And also here it's important to look at the different agreements that are around the data you want to use. The second question is now assuming that you already have the computational resources, and now you wonder if you need to use data from someone else. So here, if the answer is yes, you then look at if the data cannot be moved. So if this is the case, that you have to bring the computational capabilities to the data, and then you go for a federated analysis. And on the other case, if you can mobilize the data, then you go for a distributed analysis. All of this, and especially if you are using data from someone else, is about trust. And how to measure trust is quite complex, so we decided to make use of the 5 safe items. The first one is about safe projects, so is the research question appropriate? Is the project compliant with the minimization principles? For instance, then we have safe people. Is the research team ready and trained to work with this data that they want to access or they want to analyze? Then again, safe data. What is the risk of the identification? Is it acceptable? Is it not? Also, safe settings. For instance, are the servers ready to host the data and to analyze the data we are working with? Not only the servers, technically speaking, but also the place where they are, like, is the room ready to, with control access, for instance, to work with this kind of data. And finally, safe output. So when we have our analysis ready, and maybe we want to, for instance, make the data public, we have to make sure that it's okay to have the data open, and we have to consider the different aspects we need here. Then, as you can see, these points are complex, and they are not always within the same infrastructure, and that's why we make use of the levels of maturity, because, for instance, if you are not working with very sensitive data, or your analysis is not very, very complex, maybe it's enough for you to go with infrastructures that have a medium level of maturity. But for instance, imagine that you want to work with clinical data and link it to genomics data and imaging data, then maybe you need to go with the highest level of maturity. And of course, here we have to consider both perspectives, the service providers and the user's perspective, and manage expectations. We try to do that in HealthyCloud, but we are CSA, and of course, we are not alone. We always align with parallel efforts, such as GaiaX or EOS, for instance. So the path that we shown in this presentation is actually more complex, and this is also part of the HealthyCloud work. We analyzed the different steps, the different actors that are part of this journey, but for today we want to simplify it a little bit, and this is the simplification that you have already seen, and here we are adding like another very important step that they are going to present the LC issues in the next presentation, so I'm not going to talk about them in detail, but yeah, just to to highlight them, because they are also an important point to take into account here. So this work that we presented here is from many people in this project, so I would like to very briefly summarize it. So we can say that the user journey serves as a framework for health-related research purposes, that the Fair Health Data Portal can help finding research data and computational resources, that data access conditions represent the data governance, and that, of course, they affect how we process the data, and finally, that collaborative alignment with other initiatives is essential, as we have been discussing during this whole week, and as we also reflect in the strategic agenda. And with this, I just want to say thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot. I think you can hear me. So again, I think I'm supposed to moderate discussion, so if everyone think about interesting questions in this area, then we'll try to get the mic there. But just to start off to both of you, so I really like the sort of user journey perspective on this. You didn't say anything. The deliverable in the project is about validating that user journey and finding some of the bottlenecks. Can you just talk about what did we find?
Actually, I think this is work from work package 7, if I'm not wrong, so maybe Juan can add. But I would like to say that this is very also aligned with TEDAS, because they have also the health data lifecycle, and I think we try to align this work package with them as well, but please, Juan.
So it's not very simple, but what Lydia from BSc did in an independent way from the TEDAS, it's reaching to the very same conclusions. He formalized in this process model that Eva presented, this blue thing, and tested if all the every single steps in this process model, which is deep user journey, were discussed within the HealthyCloud. And what she detected is just the discoverability of the computing capabilities are the missing parts. So that reflected that we did a very exhaustive or comprehensive work within the project to tackle all the steps in the process, rather this one, which was, well, not categorizing, metadating computing solutions, computing venues or computing services are the gap, the general gap that we haven't covered, and we haven't covered because, as far as we know, there are not that many efforts on pursuing this thing, categorizing the computing capabilities to then be able to find them and match them to your data analysis project. That has been the outcome.
So that's quite important.
I can add something.
Laura.
Yes. So after this validation was done and the work of Lydia and finding that the computational capabilities gap, we realized that also in Work Package 6 that we were defining all these users profiles that I shown in the picture. We had one that was infrastructure provider, and we realized that we only focused this profile on the data side. So we modified, and we had an extra workshop in Work Package 6 to also consider this computational capabilities part from this profile, and this is a new version of the deliverable that will be released soon. So this is, yeah.
So another, I'm looking to see if there are any raised hands, but another thing I picked up, Laura, was really that you emphasized there's not only data, there's many different type of research assets that we want to bring forward. Do you see all of them sitting in the same sort of discoverability environment, or is it sort of a per asset environment? How did you think about that?
So it's true that for some of the assets, it's more difficult to make them discoverable, and maybe there's no ways to standardize them as good as others. Like, for example, for some types of data, it's easier than others, and also for software, it's something that also it's building up now, because before it was very difficult to document software and to share it so that others could understand it. So I think that it goes very much into the different types of research objectives, yes.
But I think that, and that chimes with what we found in EOSC Life as well, is that one have to think about many different type of research assets, and there are many things that can be researched, reused. It's not only the data sets, it's software, it's analysis, it's recommendations, toolkits, and so on. So, see if is there any questions from the audience? Peter.
I will apply the rule of 20 seconds. Huh?
Which is?
You have 20 seconds.
So we're gonna. The question is on the data access conditions. How far do you think we can go there for fully automated access to the data sets where the data access conditions are sufficient? And how far or where do we need a human interaction in between to actually deal with delicate information in consent or limitations of use that might be quite complex?
If I may.
Yeah, of course.
I think this is quite difficult to automatize because terms and conditions are very different in the different infrastructures, and also depending on the data you want to access, and it's also related with these levels of maturity because some centers are ready to go with them, while others would prefer, a person really taking who wants to access the data. So, yeah.
I think we need to wrap up. I see Salva looking at his phone. So thanks again to Laura and Eva for a great presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before we move to the next session and putting the focus on the ethical and legal framework, one of the lessons that we are getting or we have got so far in HealthyCloud is that we sometimes give things for granted. And we sometimes put the focus on data and we forget about computation, we forget about other research outputs that is also important to consider. So in the next session, we will have David from Luxembourg presenting the finding from HealthyCloud, and then goes just online as well, initiating the dialogue and putting forward questions more from the patient's perspective. So David, the floor is yours.
Hello, greetings from Luxembourg, and thank you very much for inviting me. I'll try to share my slides. So my name is David Chokashvili. I work for Luxembourg National Data Service, or LNDS for short, which is a newly established organization supported by the government of Luxembourg, and it is geared towards facilitating data exchange and data collaborations, primarily in Luxembourg. But here in Luxembourg, we have several organizations, including us, LNDS, who are actively participating in various European health data sharing initiatives. HealthyCloud is obviously one of them, but there are a couple others, some of which were mentioned by previous speakers today. For example, 1+ Million Genomes Initiative or Genomic Data Infrastructure are two projects that we're actively contributing to. So that's our connection. And within HealthyCloud, yes, indeed, as Salva mentioned, my role is as part of the work package dedicated to ethical, legal, and social or societal impacts of cross-border health-related data sharing. So this work package has been co-led by colleagues from BBMRI HRIC and our group in Luxembourg. But over the course of the 2 years or so, longer than 2 years, in fact, we have received inputs and contributions from several dozens of HealthyCloud consortium members. So what I'm going to present today is really a team effort spread out across 2 years, or longer than 2 years. Throughout the project, several partners have been involved in assessing ethical, legal framework in Europe around secondary use of health data. This work took place across multiple activities, and findings from those activities have been reported in several public deliverables, including the ones listed here along the 3 bullet points. So I'll try to summarize main learnings and insights over the next couple of minutes. What I'm going to talk about largely echoes the presentation from Monday by my colleague and work package co-lead Michaela Meyerhofer from BBMRI HRIC. And those people in the discussion today who have attended that call will probably recognize some of the messages and some of the content. So in 2022, our work package explored the framework and also drafted templates for modular contract clauses to be used in certain contractual agreements under the GDPR. The deliverable focused at length on the utility of standardized forms and templates from the point of view of clarity, predictability, and streamlining negotiations. But one of the challenges reported there is that because there are significant contextual differences across data sharing arrangements, there is no one size fits all. And in fact, a lot of the institutions and their legal departments have their own templates that they prefer to use. So that makes it difficult to, in a top-down manner, draft templates and offer or make them available and usable for the broader community. So what we see in practice is that what is really needed is expertise and personnel costs that is required for executing these templates and these contracts. That's because one of the things that has happened under the current legal framework, which is obviously largely GDPR, is that the requirements and resources needed for ensuring compliance in the context of due diligence, these requirements have increased. So it's not just about signing a readily available template anymore. It's about ensuring that counterpart, especially if both parties are controllers in the sense of the GDPR, are compliant with their own obligations. So is data minimization principle met? Is, I don't know, purpose limitation, storage limitation, etc.? Is there a valid legal basis in place? Some things were mentioned by previous speakers as well. It is important because of compliance interdependencies among controllers. Processors have different, slightly different obligations, and I will discuss those as well, but there are significant interdependencies throughout data lifecycle across controllers, and that's one of the fundamental challenges that will keep coming up. So another source of valuable insights was the workshop dedicated to secure processing environments. It was co-organized by EOS Clive and HealthyCloud in Brussels in June this year. You can read more about this workshop in a publicly available report that you can access directly by using this QR code with a cute dinosaur in the middle of it. But very briefly, just to recap the findings of this workshop or outputs largely echo the insights from the previous slide I highlighted, in the sense that just as there are various contractual templates out there being already used by institutions, there are also obviously technical infrastructures and infrastructural components that are in fairly good shape. Also, some of the components developed by partners of HealthyCloud consortium would definitely fall under that category. So there's already a lot available, and the unmet need of the broader community is not so much to have new infrastructures established, but rather to ensure interoperability across the existing ones and make sure that the existing infrastructures are used in a legally compliant manner. And the key challenge is that, as really spot on, mentioned by speakers in the previous session, it's very hard to fully automate GDPR compliance, including in the context of respecting data access and use conditions. That requires really human resources, expertise, and a lot of due diligence work to make sure that the principles of the GDPR and other controller-specific requirements are respected throughout data use lifecycle. And finally, these findings and observations that I mentioned earlier are further reaffirmed in another public deliverable, which is a guideline on compliant governance models. So these reports found that the providers of the key infrastructural components, for example, federated data analysis capabilities, for example, are generally well placed to meet their own compliance obligations. But we have to keep in mind that these actors usually act as processors under the GDPR, so acting on behalf of controllers such as data providers on the one hand and data users on the other hand. But the infrastructural component supporters or operators is typically processors for most activities. So to put it simply, the processors typically have the technical capabilities to do what the controller asks them to do, but the controller should know what to ask for, so to say, namely precisely what subsets of data to process, for how long, what safeguards are appropriate to apply, whether data protection impact assessment is needed, and how the processor can support, etc., etc. And that once again shifts focus away from the processor and onto the controller, the expertise of the controller and human resources of the controller. So that's where the fundamental challenges lie. Another crucial aspect I previously alluded to is compliance interdependencies among controllers. So for example, if you have a data provider on the one hand and data user on the other hand, it's not enough for the data provider to simply enter in a contractual agreement without doing due diligence into the data user and data user's processing. Does the processing meet purpose limitation requirements? Are data minimization requirements and storage limitation, etc. met? Is there a valid legal basis? Because while the user is controller for secondary use of the data provider is also a controller for the transfer, or if there is no transfer, if it's federated analysis, then permissioning analysis. So both are essentially controllers and they're closely linked. And if one party is not compliant with their own compliance obligations, then the other party might suffer the consequences because they too will be non-compliant with something if things were to go wrong. So this interdependence is really one of the major challenges, and that further complicates, I would say, controllers' compliance obligations. Now, we all hope that this very complex and burdensome framework can be streamlined in the future with the expected arrival of the EHDS regulation. And the EHDS regulation obviously has ambition to resolve some of the systemic issues. But as we all know, the EHDS regulation faces its own challenges and uphill battles. I was encouraged to hear that negotiations are moving forward, and hopefully we expect next version sometime next spring. But there's still some ground to be covered, of course, and the feasibility and timeframes of some of the proposals in the proposed regulation remains to be seen. So, in conclusion, I think the insights and findings presented in the previous, apologies, my presentation refuses to move forward. Okay, now it's working. So the insights and findings presented in the previous slides can be distilled into the following takeaway messages. So number one is that there's a lot of useful resources out there available, and instead of reinventing the wheel or creating new infrastructures and new templates, it's far more useful to focus on what's already there and judiciously leverage them. There is no one size fits all, especially when it comes to templates and contracts. There won't be a readily reusable template that fits everyone's needs, but the existing ones are very good starting point already. Same for infrastructures, including those operated by people in the room and the HealthyCloud consortium members. I think they're in fairly good shape and they can be reused. The focus should be on interoperability and the compliant use of these infrastructures. And what is really lacking indeed is internal expertise among organizations who are controllers, so data providers and data users, and also resources for these organizations to dedicate enough time and other internal resources for ensuring compliance, doing due diligence. This is where the fundamental challenges lie. And I don't want to jump the gun or get ahead of myself, but one of the services that the consortium is proposing, and this will be presented in greater detail in the next talk, is HRIC Legal Regulatory Guidance Service, and design of this service was precisely informed by these unmet needs that I talked about. While none of us has an illusion to resolve everything overnight, these services that have been proposed are, in my opinion, a step in the right direction. So that brings me to the end of this session, and I really wanted to have some pictures that featured all members of the HealthyCloud ethical legal team, but because of COVID, there were not that many such pictures. So this is basically from the recent Brussels workshop, which was very nice to meet some of you in person. But due to COVID, we don't have that many events. That said, I'm looking forward to seeing photos from Valencia, from Paella event that's coming up, and unfortunately, I have to miss out on it. So thank you very much for your attention, and I'm happy to take your questions.
Thank you very much. The Paella's picture will come. We have time for one question. Gosde, do we have questions or comments?
Well, thank you, David, for the presentation. Actually, it's quite difficult from the patient's perspective to ask a question on something that's actually one step further than the patient providing the data, because you already moved the data from one level to the other, that's where the whole legal framework you guys worked on. But it would be very important, I think, to emphasize is even if the patient's data is not directly there because you're on the level one step further, it's very important, I think, from our side to be involved in understanding as well, like I said before, behind the scenes. So did you have the chance to involve any patient communities or any patient organizations to explain actually the processes and the difficulties that's in what's happening actually there, and then European Health Data Space is actually going to try, and is also the presentation you've given today will be very important for us to know, were you able to involve any patient communities in the conversations?
Not us personally, but the consortium itself did some engagement and exploratory work of patient views, and I see that Alba has raised her hand, so feel free to jump in maybe, but not my group specifically. Would Alba like to? Go ahead.
Hello, could you hear me?
Yes.
Good. There is a question on the YouTube channel, so I was just trying to bridge it here. So Harald Wagner is asking, what is the relationship between LDNS and the Luxembourg Institute of Health, LIH? That's for you, David, I understand.
Mm-hmm. Right now, we don't have a close collaboration, but because it is within the mandate of LNDS to support Luxembourgish institutions in the context of data sharing and data projects, I assume that going forward, we'll have a couple of projects with them doing our regular support services, enabling LIH to share data with other organizations, both within Luxembourg and internationally. And there are a couple of side discussions and collaborations, but at the moment, it's not formalized. So we're a very new organization, LNDS. We have our launch event in the first week of December. So you'll be hearing more and more about this.
Perfect. So thank you very much. So we are slightly late, so I think we can close this session here and then give the pass to the next one.
So what? Is it open? Okay. So well, going to close this session, and now it's the turn for Jacques Demo from Eken to present, let's say, the jewel of the crown. So the main outcome we wanted to present today, which is the final draft of the strategic agenda. No, not final draft. The draft of the final strategic agenda. So I keep changing the order of the terms. So it has been published and it's under open discussion, let's say. But Jacques, please give us a comprehensive view of where we reach as a consortium.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will try to do my best to present the strategic agenda in the time frame. I will try to shorten a bit my presentation to be able to have some time for discussion. So, yeah. Which one? The big one, yeah. This one? This one. Ah, yes, okay. Perfect. So, this draft strategic agenda is already available. It is freely available as a pre-final version, because we will have a final version published in November, so we still have 1 month and a half to finalize this document. It can be found on Zenodo. You even have a QR code. And it is really the outcome of the whole project, meaning it is fed by the input from all the different work packages, and you can see that there are more than 30 authors in this pre-final document. So if you want to have more details, of course, I invite you to read this document. So how this document was generated during the HealthyCloud project. In fact, the project started in March 2021 with a kickoff meeting. Then in May 2021, there was a joint workshop to start discussing and to really have the initial thoughts on what are the challenges to be addressed. This resulted in a discussion paper, and the paper was here just to support the discussion. The discussion led to two different things: a very high-level document in April, June 2022, which is a vision and mission paper. I will say a few words on this. And then it was also used to build consensus and to establish, and after an internal workshop that was held in Paris in June 2022, a first draft strategic agenda. And this draft strategic agenda was then submitted to the discussion to 4 stakeholders group. The 4 stakeholder group consisted of a stakeholder group with the research community, another one with the technical expert, a third one with the ethical, legal, and patient, and a fourth one with the policymakers and the funders. So after working with them, it was possible, of course, to rework and to improve the document, and it is now this pre-final version that I will present you, and then in November 2023, we will have the final version of the strategic agenda. So this project, in fact, started following the initiative by the Commission to invite experts and different stakeholders to participate in a meeting in 2018, which was about the health research and innovation cloud. And this resulted in a paper that was presented earlier today by Ariane. So I will not enter into the details, but from this paper, there were 5 main recommendations after this workshop in 2018. The first one was to harmonize the standard, the good practice, and the guidelines. The second one was about the infrastructure, the need for infrastructure and adequate services to be able to promote the use and the secondary use of health data. The third one was about the ethical and legal framework that was just discussed now. The fourth one was to establish a proper environment for training and to train all the communities, meaning the data community, but also the research community, the ethics community, and so on. And then to have a funding policy that is adequate to be able to cope with the complexity of the data handling and data sharing, especially in Europe due to the legislative framework. So this resulted in the HealthyCloud project. So after the call was launched by the European Commission, by DG RTD and the health priority in the DG RTD, there was a project. The project was accepted and funded with a kickoff meeting in 2021. And the project is composed of 8 work packages. The first one is about the coordination, but then we just had the presentation of the different work packages. The work package 2 about ethical, legal, and societal impact. Work package 3 about health data landscape analysis. Work package 4 about the expense on health data management at national, at regional level, and in domain-specific hubs. The work package 5 about designing a decentralized cloud for health data research. Work package 6 for the reference architecture for a fair health data portal. Work package 7 for 2 real-world use cases, one on cancer and the other one on atrial fibrillation. And the work package 8, which is the one I'm leading as the head of HRIC, is about the production of the strategic agenda that I will present now. So what are we talking about? We are talking about a lot of different data, meaning that here you have an example of data, but there are other data that are not mentioned here, like environmental data or lifestyle data and so on, socioeconomic data that are health determinant and that have also to be taken into account in health research because they have an impact on health. So there is a major heterogeneity in terms of data types, data sources, in users, terminologies, data organization, jurisdiction, regulation, language, challenges. I would add also that there are differences in terms of volume of data, meaning that there are very big data set if you speak about, for instance, imaging data, genomic data, versus some data set that are very small. For instance, when you run clinical trial, you just collect a few data from a let's say, hundreds of patients, so the data set are very small. There is also major difference in terms of what is expected from the data in terms of data processing. Sometimes it is just simple statistics. In other cases, there is a need for high-performance computing. So we are facing a very, very broad variety of data, but also in terms of objective of the use or secondary use of data. The changing landscape, the legislative landscape was already described, so I will not enter into the detail. Here on this slide, we didn't mention the GDPR, but because the GDPR was already adopted before the project started, but really the GDPR is a major legislative let's say, constraint when it's about using and reusing the health data. This was explained by the speaker just before me, so I will not enter into the detail, but the GDPR, since it covers all the data that are non-anonymized data, have a major impact, because it means that there is a need to process this data in a secure processing environment or in a trusted research environment. And the definition of anonymization also raises a problem, because the definition we have in Europe now is different from the definition of de-identification, for instance, on the other side of the Atlantic. So Europe is a very particular area with regard to data sharing. And there is also another issue related to the flexible interpretation of what is anonymized, because the definition of anonymization according to the GDPR is based on the risk of re-identification, but what is the acceptable level of risk is still a question. So after that, there are a lot of pieces of legislation, the strategy for data, the AI Act, the Data Act, the proposal for the EHDS regulation, which is also a major hurdle for the data sharing. I think it is something that was intended to facilitate data sharing, but I know that there are still discussions, but there are also obstacles in this regulation. The Digital Decade Policy and the Data Governance Act. So there are also initiative, national or regional initiative to establish instrument to share the data for secondary use of data. There are some examples here at national level in France, in Finland, in Germany, in Norway. There are regional examples, and Aragon is one of the best example from this point of view. This is interesting, but at the same time, they don't have exactly the same specification, the same objective, and there is a need for better coordination of these activities, which is part of the European Health Data Space regulation. There are different projects. There are a series of projects. Most of them were presented today with HRIC, the TEDAS project, EHDS pilot, FIRI, Gaia, Eden, Darwin for the real-world data. And there are now two initiatives that are not only projects, but are supposed to become sustainable organization with the EDIC status, meaning European Data Infrastructure Consortium status, the one on cancer imaging and the one on European genomic data infrastructure. So, and two main organizations in the landscape are, on the one hand, the European Open Science Cloud, and on the other hand, the European Health Data Space and the Health Data at EU. So for the European Open Science Cloud, it is not specifically dedicated to health research, and it is the reason why we face some difficulties in asking the EOS to implement a program to support the secondary use of health data. Now this is changing a little bit because, for instance, in the recent calls in 2023. There was a specific call, the InfraEOSC 0106, that was targeted at developing trusted research environment and developing a network of trusted research environments. So it means that really the EOSC has understood that there is a need to do something specific to facilitate the use and reuse of health data. On the other hand, there is health data at EU that is developed in the context of the EHDA that was presented also this morning. But the key issue here is to have access to national or regional secure processing environment, which is similar, if not totally equivalent, but similar at least to the trusted research and the trusted research environment that are promoted by the EOSC. So if we summarize now what are the gaps and the uncertainty and also the needs. So the first thing is better coordination is needed between the development over extended time period, not just over 1 or 2 years, but we have to have a long-term strategy to coordinate all this initiative in terms of organization, project, national and regional hubs, specific support for sensitive data management, better legal and regulatory guidance, good support for multinational research, especially using real-world data, greater data interoperability amidst huge data diversity, as I showed a few slides earlier, improved data findability, especially across traditional domain and real-world data, clarifying the role of EOSC and health data at EU and their interactions, provision of secure processing environment or trusted research environment, retaining public involvement and trust, good links and interaction with existing research infrastructure, adequate training. So these are the lot of needs, and what we want to do in the HRIC vision and key value is to capture all these needs and to address as much as possible this series of needs. So the vision, the HRIC vision and key values is the vision of the HRIC is to improve the health and well-being of people by increasing the quality and impact of data-driven health-related research. Its focus is on the most effective and efficient reuse for research purposes of health-related data from a wide variety of resources. And for this reason, the HRIC must be collaborative, have a multi-stakeholder approach, retain a European focus that could be also global. And we will see that being global raises some question because Europe is a bit isolated due to the GDPR. Be demonstrably useful to research communities, promote the application of the FAIR principle and commit to open science practice, uphold the protection of privacy and promote the safe use of citizen health data, be integrated with existing systems where possible. And now we come to the services. In fact, after a lot of discussion, the number of services moved from 10 to 5. Now we have 5 services, and the services correspond to what should be delivered by the HRIC to facilitate the use of health data and the secondary use of health data. So this consists first of a monitoring service for health-related research, meaning making an overview and scanning the state of the art and identifying the gaps and the need for a new project, for new bricks, for new elements to simplify and to make the system more efficient, I would say. A legal regulatory guidance service that is very much in line with what was presented by our colleagues just before. Metadata standard and data interoperability guidance service, which is very important in terms of harmonization of data and harmonization of metadata. And then 2 services that are really symmetrical. The first one is the Health Research Community Interface Service with the EOSC. Then the second one is the Health Research Community Interface Service with health data at EU. So I will try to go through these series of services very quickly. So the first one is the monitoring service for health-related research. The idea is to have a high-level monitoring functionality, providing periodic reports to the health-related research communities and the EC, the European Commission, about the state of play of health-related research data and on the progress toward goal that had been previously identified. So this is some sort of checkpoint, but the checkpoint can be used not only to check, but also to direct new initiative. I think that there should be not only a monitoring role, but also a role of providing recommendation to the policymakers to improve the system and to make sure that there is an optimal coordination. The targeted issue is a problem and needs arising from inadequate, delayed, or uncoordinated implementation of health-related research initiative and program in Europe. What is the concept of the service? The high-level expert group with adequate representation of health-related research community. It is a co-development of service with the EOSC and the EHDS to ensure adequate orchestration, and there will be a forum representing all the relevant stakeholders from health research, all health determinants, including general public and representative and the industry. So there should be some sort of board in charge of this horizon scanning of what is going on in the field of health data and health data sharing. What could be the benefit? First of all, the oversight and the transparency on health-related research initiative and program, cross-project, cross-initiative evaluation with proposal to adjust accordingly, and sustain effort to inform all the stakeholders. And what would be the resource needed? Probably, this is something we will discuss at the end, another short CSA to really kick off this activity, CSA or joint action to implement the service with the involvement of EHDS and EOSC, an expert group with the secretariat and terms of reference, and an EU mission is a question that I will raise at the end, because this could be an instrument not to create a new organization, because I think there are probably too many organizations for the time being, but having a functionality borne by this sort of mission board. The second service is something that was presented just before, the need for a legal and regulatory guidance service. So the idea is to have a center of expertise and resources around legal and regulatory issues to provide material to help researchers to interpret and comply with regulation, ensure that the views of researchers on this issue are known and fed into the broader debate on the evolving legal and regulatory framework. So the idea is to have a double service. The first one is to help the researchers through instruments, through, for instance, guidance document, website, and so on, but also individually through direct interaction with the investigator, having a specific project and asking questions on what is the regulatory, ethical, and legal context to achieve my research project. And on the other hand, the second aspect is to have the possibility to build on this input from the research community to make proposal to improve the regulation or to improve at least the implementation of the regulation. So targeted issue, LC services that are existing, but also some of them don't exist, need relevant, the needs are relevant to the HRIC ecosystem, meaning that it's mostly ethical, legal, and data protection. And the second aspect is the health-related research community is insufficiently represented in the policy-making, regulatory, and legislative discussion, and there is a need here to have a board, to have a body that will be the voice of this community in this discussion. The service is based on 3 components. So the 1 and 2 are the services to the investigator through the series of resources, but also through operational support to to the investigator in terms of legal and regulatory support. And the third component is about the feedback on regulatory monitoring and the contribution to the discussion on new legislation, regulation, and so on. And the organization is expected to be hybrid with a central organization in terms of coordination, plus existing services being outsourced to different research infrastructure, for instance, BBMRI for the biobanking or HRIC for clinical research, and so on. What would be the potential benefit? First of all, to provide material guidance and support to researchers willing to share and to access the health-related data for research purposes, represent the collective interest of the HRIC community in the policy-making, regulatory, and legislative process, and what would be the resource needed for the component one, I think, could be done through in-kind contribution of the different research infrastructure. The component two, meaning the operational services to individual researcher, I think the concept of having fees for services is not very adequate because it would create some imbalance between the wealthy and less wealthy research community. And the component number three would benefit to the community as a whole because it will be the impact provided by the community to the regulators. Third service is a metadata standard and data interoperability guidance service. So the idea is to have a service to guide people to promote the harmonization of metadata and also the harmonization of data standards. So the Center of Expertise and Resources to support the development, promotion, and application of more consistent metadata and data standards within the health-related research. The targeted issue is the difference in metadata schemas, but also the need for data integration that require interoperability based on common data and metadata standard. The service conception is the involvement of data standardization bodies, meaning the CDISC or the OMOP and so on, and all the possible data standards. There are specific data standards for omics data, for imaging data, and so on, but they should be on board clearly. And the service is expected to be hybrid with a central component for the coordination, the expert group, and the guidance document, and federated for the training through the local branches in the countries in the local language. The benefit, of course, it's about the findability of data set, interoperability for efficient reuse and integration of data set. The indirect benefit will be on the reproducibility of research because it will be easier to reuse, to combine, to perform meta-analysis or reanalysis of research, and also on the capacity building. And the resource needed would be provided by the Health Data TU through the central services, by the research infrastructure in the domain, by the EOSC Health Research, and the technical personnel, expert, and financial resources will be needed, and this is something we'll discuss later on. Then the fourth service is the Health Research Community Interface Service with the EOSC. So the idea is to develop a EOSC health research that will act as a proxy for the interaction of EOSC services and EOSC service provider and researchers in the health-related realm, connecting with the rest of the proposed HRIC services. Services within EOSC that address community needs are identified, and the new services will be co-designed and deployed. So there are many targeted issues, the need for a health research component in the EOSC, to align the relevant EOSC service provider with the health-related research community, and to monitor the secure processing environment development within the EOSC to enable health research and health-related research and translational data analysis. The conception of the service will be based on community-driven portal, providing guidance to stakeholders, and a federated meta-catalog on the existing health-related services, data and computational infrastructure, including the secure processing environment. potential benefit. It will be the reference point for service provider and health researcher, how to engage with EOSC and benefit from it. And it will be also the gateway for EOSC to the health-related community of service provider and researchers. And the resources needed would come mostly from the EOSC with dedicated focus group or similar structure connected to the EHDS governance with the European Data Infrastructure Consortia and the Health Research Infrastructure, aligned with the Data Space Support Center and the ECIM having special interest group here. And the symmetrical on the EHDS side would be this health research community interface service with the health data at EU. So the strategy group to facilitate the exchange between the health-related research community and the health data at EU to inform its design, its implementation, and its adoption. So the targeted issue here will be that the EHDS will be a disruptive actor accessing health data for research purposes. There is need for direct communication channel to the health-related researchers to inform about its capability and maximize its uptake. And the service conception is based on central services for monitoring the EHDS. Federated component to tackle the aspect on national level, such as the interaction with the local health data access bodies, and dedicated group and task forces to capture and analyze the requirement and translate them into the different level communities. Now most of them are really far from understanding what are the consequences of the GDPR on the one hand, and on the health data, the EHDA, the European Health Data Space Regulation on the other hand. Resources needed, interest group, including the different research infrastructure, research domain, the EOSC, the EHDS, and the health-related research infrastructures. So what will be the organization of the HRIC services? The HRIC services here are represented between the two major pillars, meaning the EOSC on the left and the health data at EU on the right. There should be a coordination body, not governance, because we are not sure that there is a need to create a new organization with a specific governance, but there is for sure a need for coordination and orchestration body. We have to embed also some players, like, for instance, the research infrastructure, or, as I mentioned, the data standardization body like CDISC and OMOP and so on. And then we have here the 5 services. You can see that the services are by nature a bit different. The first service, which is about monitoring with just published report, the service number 2 or 3 will provide active support services, meaning being in direct interaction with the investigator and the research community, and the other will provide catalog of resources and user portals. Regarding the implementation now and the sustainability. So the first question is, what should be this new animal? Meaning, should it be part of the EOSC? Should the HRIC be the health component of the EOSC? Or should the HRIC be the research component of the EHDS? Or should the HRIC be something at the interface between the EOSC and the EHDS? Or the fourth solution, to have the HRIC as an independent body between the EHDS and the EOSC, but independent with a legal structure. We don't have any idea, but I think we have to consider the 4 different options. For me, I would recommend to consider the first one, meaning having the HRIC as the health component of the EOSC, or having the HRIC as the research component of the EHDS. Another issue is, so one option is to have a new organization, but I think there are probably too many organizations in this field, and I think it would be far better not to have a new organization. A concept that is interesting is the concept of mission, meaning you know that the European Commission has started with a series of missions addressing different societal issues. There is one on cancer that the health community is familiar with, but there are others on ecology and on energy and so on. So, for instance, in the cancer mission, there is a mission board, and the role of the mission board is to make recommendation for funding new BRICS, meaning that the role of the mission is to make a landscape analysis, to identify where new BRICS are needed, and the needs may vary, in fact, over time, because what is needed today is not what will be needed in 3 years, especially in this field, which is very, very fast, changing very fast. And then this recommendation can be directed to different funding bodies, meaning at European level, but there are different funders at European level on the DG Research, DG Health, DG Connect, and so on, but also at national level. And this recommendation should result in big project or small project, able to build new bricks that will make the wall perfectly flat. This could be one of the options for the creation of the HRIC. So it could be some sort of mission, I would say. And the second and the last slide is about the sustainability. I think for the time being, and this project is coming to an end, we have produced what we had to produce, meaning this strategic agenda. There is a need probably for a seeding funding with 2, maximum 3 years CSA or joint action to really start the activity, to have the secretariat ongoing, to start also the landscape analysis, the monitoring, and so on. And through all this activity, it would be possible to start making recommendations and then to consider what will be the next step. And the next step will be the question of the maintenance and the sustainability. But I think all the interested parties, meaning the EOSC, the EHDA, the European Commission, the member states, the research infrastructure, the health research stakeholder can get together and could be able to maintain the activity of this organization over time. So thank you very much for your attention.
So I think that we can, at this point, we can take one question or two, because there is another intervention, and then we will, at the end of the event, keep the discussion. So if you have a warming question, no, so then we can stop here and then give pass to Karen Ruiven, who's one of the invited speakers. So here we presented the strategic agenda, and at this point we want to invite Karel in his role of president of the EOS Association. Okay. No, it's not Daniel. No, it's not that guy. It's Karel, the first man on the left-hand side. He will be representing the EOS Association as a president of the EOS Association, and will share with us, which is their views on the possible alignment or not of the EOS duties, the EOS Association views on the development of the EOS and the elements related to the health, the health community. So, Karel, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Right now, yeah. Right now, yes.
Yes? Okay. Then I will start sharing my screen, and let me start by thanking you for the invitation and the good interaction we had recently with Juan and Salvador on this topic. I've been asked to say a few words about EOSC, and I will then refer to in the discussion about, let's say, the interaction we could have with the further development of the HealthyCloud. And I have listened to the previous presentation where the strategic plans for the near future are elaborated. And I think our thinking is in many cases a lot aligned with what you have been presenting there. Probably some of my slides are known to you, but then double is better than not. Huh? So if we look at the European Open Science Cloud, then we see this as the additionality in Europe on what we call the web of fair data. We all know that computers can form networks and they jointly form the internet. And on the internet, we have the World Wide Web of pages that are linked to each other with certain protocols and certain standards to interact. And on that same internet, we could build a web of fair data, findable, accessible, interoperable data. I'm sure you're aware of what that is. And what is then the European Open Science Cloud? In our view, the European Open Science Cloud is the extra Europe can offer for the European researchers with respect to infrastructure, with respect to data, with respect to access to data, access to infrastructures, in order to operate from the European side this web of fair data and services. What are the guiding principles? Very quickly, I think you all know of them, but the overarching principle is that we do this for research. Some people say for the researchers. I tend to say for research, the process the researcher are engaged in, and thus this helps the researcher. Multi-stakeholder, meaning service providers, research performers, and research funders. Open as possible, and as restricted. I tend to say not as closed because it's not open or closed. There's a lot in between, especially in the domain of health data. Based on the FAIR principles, I have mentioned them already, a federated structure, and I will come back to that, of, let's say, existing and upcoming data and e-infrastructures. And a very important item, which I'm sure you're aware of as well, this has to be machine actionable. If a machine cannot find the data, if a machine cannot decide what is possible with this data, if the machine cannot decide what it's allowed to do with this data, then it's not going to work if we all have to do it by hand. The position of the EOSC, according to the European Commission, is one of what we call a cross-cutting data space for research and innovation. Cross-cutting because, as was mentioned in the previous lecture, we do not concentrate only on health, of course. We have to concentrate on the whole spectrum of research and innovation, which is rather wide and a large exercise. And thus help from the health domain or any other domain would be welcome. EOSC is thus the basis for the science, research and innovation data space that brings together these things. We do this as an EOSC association. EOSC is something else than the EOSC association. EOSC is what we are creating and what I have just described. You cannot grab it, you cannot hold it in your hands, but the EOSC association is the organization that brings together the stakeholders in Europe, more than 250 at the moment. And this is having a contract with the European Commission, or an MOU, which was launched in June 2021, where the Commission committed 490 million in cash in projects devoted to this, and we committed more than 500 million in kind to do the same thing. By the way, we have delivered those 500 already, and the time frame is until the end of 2030. We do this internally with the help of task forces, and by we do this is done by the office mainly and by the board, but the task forces help us in, let's say, making clear what are the developments in the different domains. And we have 5 advisory groups and 13 task forces in those. And with Juan and Salvador, we have been discussing, would it be interesting to have a task force in the domain of health? And that would be a thematic task force. And yes, we are discussing this, and most likely we will come with a proposal during our General Assembly in November. We can talk about that later. What are the future's developments? Because EOSC is not there yet. EOSC is being developed. First of all, we need what is called the HRIC node, the core, the exchange, and the Fair Data Federation being built by the procurement at the moment, or in the near future, being procured at this moment. Then that has to be maintained, updated, but especially run, and with elements that are close to the market. And these are the operational parts. Then we have to further develop the web of fair data and services, meaning basically to put fair data out there in order for others to use and to combine. And an important step is the development, prototyping, and testing of new elements, supporting the further evolution of this whole federated system. In the end, of course, this all has to lead to enabling open science policies and the uptake of open science practices. The future could just look like something, look something like this, and federated structure of nodes. And if you plot something like that over Europe, this is an artificial plot. It doesn't mean anything what node is where, but it gives you an indication on what we're thinking of, many nodes in different countries that link together in the system. Coming back to the, let me stop sharing, coming back to the discussion on how does this interact with the further development in the domain of health. Indeed, there is the European health data space under construction, there is EOSC under construction, and the activities of HealthyCloud really fit either in between or with one of both. And this was discussed in the previous presentation. And in my view, for the time being, it would be interesting to start with a joint discussion on what is in between the EOSC and the European health data space. And therefore, we are setting up an advisory group or a task force, whatever you want to call it, in this domain. So far, my introduction. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Karel. Very straightforward to the point. Well, it's just a very open discussion, and we need to keep discussing on that. I have a question on partially collateral, which is what could be the industrial involvement in further developments?
Yeah, that's a very good question. In the development of EOSC, we've said we do this in stages. The first stage is that we do this for the domain of science. And if I use the word science, I mean this not in the English sense of the word, limiting it to certain disciplines. If I use the word science, I mean this in the sense broadly including all the disciplines. You could also say instead of science, we do this for research. But the next step is, of course, that a lot of the services could be offered by the private sector. And this can be the private sector for profit, or there can be the private sector not for profit. And the third step in the longer run is that we, of course, do this overall for the whole of society. So we're also a broader public, initially, for example, the teachers, the lawyers, the people working in hospitals can get advantages from this development. So we have said after, I think, 2025, we will start by further interacting with the industry. And actually, the advisory group we are discussing at the moment is an advisory group for data spaces and industry, in line with your question. So there we already make that combination possible.
That's very interesting.
I hope this answers your question.
Yes.
Karel, thank you for joining us today. I have a question that connects your presentation with Jack's presentation. What is your immediate reaction when you saw the different services and the different elements that we were putting on the table? Are you missing anything? Do you think that what we have done so far align with EOS in certain areas? What is your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, to be honest, I could not see the slides because they are projected there, and they are not. I could not read them on my screen, so the slides were not projected separately. But what I've heard from the text and what was presented, I don't see any discrepancy or any misalignment. Yes, your thinking apparently is further than our thinking for the specific health domain, because we do not have to think only for the health domain. We have to think over the whole spectrum, and you are specifically working on and thinking for the health domain. So this is good, because then we could combine your thinking and your development with what we are doing. Then with respect to the models he presented, so either this I think he called it a RIC or a brick or a bridge. I don't know what word he used. I could not hear it properly. But anyway, this bridge, well, probably not a bridge, because then it is per definition in between, could be either in between the EOS and the European health data space, could be linked to the EOSC, or could be linked to the European health space, or could be something completely independent. That were, if I remember correctly, the different models that were presented. If it's about research, in my view, then it's part of the EOSC, ultimately. That doesn't mean it has to start that way. And I agree very much with him, let's not start new organizations, we have too many already. We should rather merge organizations, which we've recently done in the health domain, by the way, in the Netherlands, by merging the Dutch Tech Center for Life Sciences with HealthRI, the health research infrastructure, and merging three organizations, three foundations into one. But anyway, I think that starting the discussion now, having something in between, and then deciding on where it is part of, in my view, if it's research, it should be part of the EOSC. And it could be thus a number of nodes in this federation of nodes I mentioned. I could imagine that Elixir becomes a node with subnodes, or more of the Elixir nodes become nodes into the whole system. We talk about the EOSC-EU node, not necessarily as a central node, by the way, and EOSC nodes. And I'm talking about EOSC nodes now in the domain of health. And I cannot imagine that we could live with only one EOSC node in the domain of health. This is such a wide domain, such a huge area that definitely more is needed. And Elixir could be one of the examples.
If you allow me, Jack, what is your reaction? Because you are green, so
no, I think
just
so, thank you for making this proposal. So I think the concept of being an EOSC node is something that could perfectly be in line with what I presented, because an EOSC node doesn't have a legal personality. There is no need to create a new organization. If we want to move from one single node to multiple nodes because they address different research community and data types and so on, could also be perfectly possible. So I understand that from the EOSC perspective, you are comfortable with the idea of having the HRIC not as an independent legal entity, but as something that is incorporated into the EOSC activities?
I have to slightly modify that. If we talk about an EOSC node, it has to be a legal entity, because it has to be clear who to address and who is behind it. It cannot be a independent organization without a legal entity. But if we talk about EOSC nodes in the domain of health, I could imagine there are several organizations that could become an EOSC node within that. And then what is needed is, of course, from your end, and I understood this is also what the circle you drew, the HRIC, is about, bringing these together. That does not have to be a legal entity, of course. And also the discussion group we start up does not have to be a legal entity. But as soon as you start talking about linking up physically and service and providing services and data, then it has to be clear who owns the data, where the data come from, etc., and who you can address with respect to the data. And that is what I mean by an EOSC node in the near future.
Okay. And I have another question. I have the feeling that there is some sort of asymmetry between the EHDS on the one side and the EOSC on the other side for the processing and collection of health research data, meaning that the EHDS is rather on the side of the data provider, because the data come from the health system, from the hospital and so on. And the EOSC, to me, the complementarity comes from the fact that the EOSC is rather on the side of data processing, meaning that the EOSC has the capacity to perform, let's say, high-performance computing, artificial intelligence, and so on. So there is a symmetry in the way we present the two players, but in fact there is a functional asymmetry, with one being rather on the side of data provider and the second on the side of data user or reuser or processors.
Yes and no. I would use slightly different words. They are complementary. There I do agree. We are on the side of research. And the European health data space is not about research as we understood it. And I was a little bit astonished about that, because I would have expected that the research in the domain of health would become part of the European health data space. I've been told it is not. But that's up to the people that create it. But if it is, then that part would be part of EOSC as well as the European health data space. But that's not a problem. I mean, if the data spaces would have nodes and a similar system as I've just been discussing, I could imagine a node being a member or part of the European Health Data Space and a member and part of the EOSC. Nothing against that. And many organizations are members of different organizations at the same time. So whether research data are part of the European Health Data Space or not, I don't see any conflict there. We are not in the domain of the hospitals, we are not in the domain of the patients, we are not in the domain of generating data from them. That indeed is the data providers that you will find within the European Health Data Space. Yep.
Okay, thank you. There is a question on the bottom, Peter.
Very quickly, while Peter gets here. I will broaden a little bit the conversation in the sense that, to me, the European Health Data Space has to do a lot with data governance and the use of data for primary care, that is then to treat patients and so on, but the secondary care that will be for research, right? But it's how we can access to that data to be used for research, but then we need to mobilize it or to make it actionable, and that goes in the direction of here. So I wouldn't say necessarily that health data is just, ESDS is just for processing data per se, just to enable.
I think I can
just to complement, just to complement the sentence. In fact, when you read the current version of the European Health Data Space Regulation, they define the electronic health record, which is the data generated by the health system that could be made available through this system. And it turns out that the clinical trial data and the cohort data are considered as electronic health record, meaning this research data generated in the context of research projects that are not clinical data but clinical research data are considered in the EHDS regulation. So
I understand, but then comes the semantic discussion. Do you consider the clinical trials data as research, or do you consider the clinical trials data as something else? But let's not go into that semantic discussion, but it's absolutely sure there's overlap. Yeah.
Maybe just how have you concluded that the research is not in the scope of EHDS in general? Because the whole health data at EU is basically to support research, and all those data, as Jacques pointed out, all those data types that are relevant for research up to the exposome even is explicitly mentioned in the regulation. So I'm just curious what drives you to the conclusion that it's out of scope.
If I may answer that, I have not concluded anything. I have just listened to the people that are in that domain, and I was puzzled because I had hoped and expected that research data would be an integral part of the European health data space. And I still would hope that would be the case. There's nothing against that at all. So this is not my conclusion. This is what people tell me that are active in the health data space.
That's interesting, because
maybe they tell
that's
me the
why
wrong thing,
the research infrastructures...
I specifically asked several times.
Interesting, because that's why research infrastructures are explicitly mentioned as authorized participants of EHDS ecosystem. Otherwise, it does not make any sense. So thank you.
But it's I think, if I may add here, it's a matter of the governance, because it's not clear how the governance is established between the different actors there. So it's rather than the technological supply, or it's how the organization between the research infrastructures, the EO infrastructure.
Governance is other thing.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's where we agree.
And I think that most of the work should be done in that direction. So how to put the pieces of how these EOS nodes that you are describing at this point may interact at governance level with the health data access bodies or the data holders as they are described in the current proposal, or the proposal that gets approved next year or whenever.
Yeah, well, this still has to be determined, of course. This is not fixed at the moment, but the view we have as the board of the EOSC Association is that in this federated structure, in what we call now EOSC Association 3.0, and that means two iterations from now, the nodes being part of, and I'm talking about the EOSC nodes being part of the federated structure, become the owners of the whole structure. So the governance will be an association of nodes where the General Assembly of nodes determines what is being done in the structure. That's the way we are thinking. At the moment, we are an association of universities, of research funders, etc. In the future, we could be an association of nodes. Some of them could be universities, some of them could be whatever, but those are the organizations actually doing the work, actually involved in the data, and they should be forming the governance. Thus, a lot of research input, research leaders' input into the governance.
So I want to invite Niklas to comment.
If I may, I'd like to move on a little bit from the sort of topology of this European graph to more of the content. But so, Karel, I mean, you emphasized the machine actionability, and I keep wondering if we're not overemphasizing the machine actionable aspect of fair data. So if we look at the rapid progress that's been made now with AI, we've seen the AlphaFold, we've seen really nice work on images this week. There is also many other things. There was a science issue last week on genome annotations and so on. But none of that data is coming out of this sort of semantic reasoning community with machine actionable metadata. It's coming out of fair data, carefully curated data sets, but they are really sort of handled with a lot of manual input. And I'm wondering aren't we overemphasizing that aspect and should really be focusing on collecting high-value collections and making sure that they can be reused rather than looking at the machine actionability as the ultimate end goal, looking at the broad diversity of well-curated collections at the end goal?
I would say yes and no. Yes, this is the first part, but if it is ultimately not machine actionable and you have to find your information from thousands of sources and you have to do it by hand, it's rather tedious. If the data sets are enormous, which they are nowadays in some of the domains, and I'm not talking only about the health domain, I'm talking about, let's say, also the astronomics, the high energy physics, and domains where the data sets are enormous, you cannot deal with it without machine actionability. In my personal opinion, I don't think we are overemphasizing this because the reality is that many of the data that may be findable are not machine actionable in a real sense. So pushing in that direction, there's nothing wrong with that. Doesn't mean that what you emphasize is essential. We sometimes jokingly say FAIR stands for full AI ready, meaning if it's not full AI ready, it is of no use. But as you probably know, the data are not really fair and trust and of high quality. It's of nonsense to create AI with it. Well, try the AI systems, the open systems nowadays, and look at the garbage they are producing. Sometimes. Some of them are very good, by the way.
Yeah. Karel, just to give a little bit an even higher level view, we're discussing how, for instance, HealthyCloud can join and can contribute to develop this idea of a thematic area in health in EOSC. How do you see, or I don't know if you have discussed that, how this thematic area can contribute to the development of the other part of EOS, because there is going to be thematic. So how you see that cross-fertilization? What are your expectations?
A very good question. Again, we see this in time. Let me give you the example for the Netherlands, which is simple because I come from there and I know how the system works. We have created data competence centers of data stewards in the universities and in many of the research performing organizations. And then we have created in the country 3 thematic data competence centers. One on life sciences and health. So we have combined life sciences and health because both of them make use of genetic information very often. One on engineering science and exact sciences, also combined, and one on social sciences and humanities. These are 3 thematic data competence centers at the level of the country, which link to the data competence centers in the different organizations. I could imagine that these 3 become 3 EOSC nodes in the future. In the long run, it would be really, wish to have interoperability across those domains as well. It's difficult enough to have interoperability within one discipline or to have the interoperability really working within the domain of health or the domain of life sciences, where I think most of the progress has been made, by the way, the last decennia. It's extremely difficult to get the interoperability going across those thematic domains, but that's what we're aiming for. As one of the previous speakers was mentioning, it's extremely important in the health domain to also know about the environmental data, to also know about other data sources than only the direct health-related data itself, because a lot of conditions influence health, of course. So yes, the interoperability across the thematic domains is what we call the third step in this development.
Hey, Niklas, please.
Yeah, so Karel, this is Niklas again. I'd like to challenge that.
I recognize your voice, Niklas, and I see you from the back.
Okay, I'm here. So I'd like to challenge that difficulty of working across the domains. I don't think the issue is that it's difficult. I think the issue is that it's actually quite, the most difficult part is to find funding that you allow you to do that in a targeted way. So I think we have a couple of really nice examples in the last year with social sciences. I know Jacques is on the stage, so you might want to comment, but the work that you've been doing with the social sciences on metadata alignment, I think is a really nice foundation. In the By COVID project, we've also worked with CESTA to bring the social science catalogs alongside the life science catalogs.
I agree with you, Niklas.
It's not necessarily difficult in the sense of the technical difficulty, but it takes quite a lot of resources aligned around this question, because it needs experts that sit and look at the equivalences of different sort of annotations in different domains. So I think it's perfectly doable, and we should jointly make the case for funding that aligned with some of the big societal problems, I think. I don't know,
I fully agree with you, Nicolas, but the examples we have are limited in scope, in a sense, if you look at the whole spectrum of all the sciences and all the researchers and all the research being done. So technically it can be done. It needs resources, it needs people willing to do it. Yeah, basically I agree with you.
So before we say goodbye to Karel, well,
yeah.
Jack.
No, just one word to extend what Niklas was saying. In fact, in the EOS Future project, we are working together with the social science people to try to align the metadata for health research and social science research in order to, yes, to be able to combine this data set and to use the social science as one of the health determinant in future analysis. So this is very prospective work, because we don't have use cases now to use it immediately, but it is a way to defragment and to change the mosaic of scientific discipline into a big picture with single painting, you know.
Fully agree. Good example, but as I said, it doesn't cover the whole spectrum of all the social sciences and humanities on the one hand, and all the health and life sciences on the other hand. So yeah, that is ultimately in the long run our goal, of course. But I agree. We need to start with examples. We need to start small. You cannot start with the big thing at once. Yeah. By the way, I have to go, as you already indicated.
Yeah, thank you very much, Karel, for your participation, and we will keep in touch for sure.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye. So now we're reaching to the final part of the agenda, as you can see in your monitors, and it's an open discussion with all of us. And I think the intriguing question is how we move forward. Yep. Maybe, Jacques, you want to give two key ideas, and then we pass the word. Yeah. I will ask everyone to engage and to promote, just to, get the collective ideas and contributions of everyone.
Much more discussion.
So if I have to give a few words, you can see that in the strategic agenda we had rather accurate answer to some of the questions, because we have defined the 5 services. The word service is not too tough, so it's not perfectly suitable, but the 5 main line of activities we want to promote: the monitoring, the LC support, the interoperability of metadata and the data support, and the interface with the EOSC and the interface with the EHDS. So this is rather clearly defined. Also, it's still very high level, but we have a good idea. Then what is not defined is the topic of the question, what to do tomorrow, because in fact, we didn't decide on the funding mechanism, we didn't decide on the legal structure, we didn't decide on the fact that it should be rather the health component of the EOSC, of the research component of the EHDS, or both. And I think these are really the questions we have to debate now. And if we can incorporate the outcome of this discussion in the final version, because what I presented is a pre-final version, there are maybe some elements to stabilize, but this the question I raised at the end regarding the funding and the sustainability are critical. And I think perfect strategic agenda should include recommendation on this aspect.
Exactly, fully agree. So who else wants to? Yeah,
I can add on that. So probably what the best strategy, in my opinion, is something that we have been discussing bilaterally, let's say that way. It should be trying to secure short-term funds and trying to position in something that is much tangible. So we have been discussing that the EHDS is still, well, something is in development, and we don't, the specific roadmap or the clear roadmap is not yet there. So it is, but the implementation, it still has some uncertainties. On the other side, we have the EOS that, well, it's difficult also to secure funding there, but at least they have a less legal uncertainty because it's much more devoted to the Commission and the discussions about the driven by the association. I don't know if strategically it would make sense to choose this EOS path and then explore how the EHDS develops or evolves, and finding or trying to align these timelines, because this is something that yesterday was put on top of the table. Aligning timelines is always one of the biggest challenges in this sort of projects. But we are trying here to align timelines ourselves from this and to these two big actors. So I know that we can try to, I don't know, swim in that direction, which would be difficult, but.
So while Teresa,
yeah, you have the microphone.
I have a question, not an answer.
Please, go ahead.
But it's on the line. So it's a bit of an insider question because I have been there while we were discussing all these points on where to place the HRIC and in relation to EOSC and this. So it's to everybody, but I'm going to talk to Jacques because you presented these. We are having an agnostic position so far. So I'm wondering whether is it wise to keep this agnostic position in the case we are going to apply to another funding, like a CSA, or is it wiser for us to position actually ourselves? So will they want us to have a clear opinion when we go for funding, or will they prefer us to trying different possibilities? What's the best, what's the wisest possibility in the case we are actually going for more funding, which I think it's not sure. We hope so, but what will be the best?
Personally, I would prefer to be able to have let's say, a clear position, but this has to be discussed. We still have 1 month to reach an agreement. We have still half an hour before the PAIA. No, but I think it would be great to start and to have in the final document some recommendation with a B plan, because in case the proposal is not acceptable by different other stakeholders, we have to have a B plan. But I would prefer to promote one of the ideas and then to have a B plan.
Yeah, I actually agree, because I find myself, it would be quite difficult to write an application staying in this in-between position, right?
Yeah, if I can speak to that, I would say we perhaps need to, we're thinking now like a single level approach, and perhaps we need to consider there is a multifactorial, multi-level approximation where we have this little bit the higher level component, sort of like governance mechanism, how do we organize ourselves, how we keep the momentum, how we keep these two communities that 2.5 years ago we didn't talk too much. So I have learned so much about health-related data that I couldn't imagine at the time. So we need to keep that momentum and then start materializing specific aspects of the strategic agenda. For instance, the trusted research environment is a keyword, a component that has been mentioned many times today. So, and there is a number of calls coming up or projects granted coming out in that direction. So probably we need to keep this high-level view and look for a strong position in saying where we would like to go in that direction and start mapping those elements from the community that can contribute to move forward. Say, well, we now have the possibility to have trusted research environment, while other elements we can bring in. And for instance, MRI has LC, Health for LC aspect. If I'm not mistaken, you have been working in EOS Live for the toolkit for sensitive. Those concrete actions, because if our researchers come to us, say, what can I use? What have you produced? Then either we have this multi-level component or we might have trouble answering that question. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys.
Can I have a very quick reaction on this? This serves for 3 of the services, but then you will still have the interface with EOS and the interface with ESDS, that this would need something very specific.
Yeah, in that case, I always, when I see the agenda, I differentiate this I call them technical services. They're not technical because everything can be seen as technical, but purely focused project services and 2 strategical services. So we can keep working in the pure end user services and try to find a specific strategy to link it both, because the positioning of the HRIC is basically how you measure the intensity of service 4 and service 5. Basically, it's more or less if you are more putting the stress on service 4 or putting the stress on service 5 and the intensity on this balance. I think that probably this is something that could be clarified in this last month and a half to facilitate the communication to the different funders or and other associations that may support our ideas. So different stakeholders.
I will I'll give you an idea that I have now, but I'll let Alba to chip in.
Okay, just to add something else. So it is clear that one of the main focuses we have now is to, come up with the services and specifically the sustainability of the project. But aside from this, maybe we could have also small addition in the strategic agenda. Now that we know that TEDAS 2 apparently is going to be funded, there will be a continuation. Which aspects specifically from HealthyCloud should be taken up and how by this continuation of TEDAS, right? In a way, so it will be an ecosystem in the end of projects, of CSAs, of regulations, of recommendations. So which specific parts we need to bring to TEDAS 2 and how maybe we could pay attention also to that in the final strategic agenda. I don't know how you see this.
Actually, if I quickly reply to that, although it's inside to the project, last Monday we had the General Assembly meeting, and if you remember in the template, we were asking to all of you guys, what are we missing? Which stakeholder is not part of the conversation? This is in this indirect idea to start identifying those elements that we haven't discussed, because probably 2.5 years we have a high-level view, and when you start making things concrete, then you start saying, and there is a very particular example. We were talking about access to computational resources. Perhaps we gave it for granted back then. Yeah. And now we realize that it's important to put the focus there, for instance.
Have it organized. Yeah.
So there is the kind of thing that we learn. So we have been asking that, and it's important to materialize that conversation that we have been asking across the consortia to say, if we want to go for funding, and I will start saying yes, now we have to find the mechanism, is what we want to keep developing, which element has been developed, and which one we want to keep developing. And I see Nicholas with the mic, so please.
Sorry, I'll give away the mic soon. So I just want to come back to Jacques' point earlier, which is what do we do next week? And so how do we take this forward? And maybe look back to the paper on sustainability, or the work on sustainability from EOSC Life, so the EMBO journal paper. So one of the things that coming out of that is that we shouldn't necessarily think about one solution to take this forward. We are working in an open science space, and that's part of the EOSC and the general ethos. And that means I think we can also think about multiple solutions to take this forward. And so if we look at the recommendations, I think there are many things there that can be carried forward through a portfolio of projects by the whole set of actors that are both inside the project and collaborating with us in the project. And maybe that's something to look at in the last sort of leg of the project to see what are the aspects being taken forward. Secure processing environments, we know we're starting EOSC and Trust. There will be work done on secure processing environments there. There will be work done in the European Health Data Space pilot, so the first phase of research projects. So how can we learn on that? And I don't think that sort of distracts from the need of more investment in this space. I think there is a need for investment, but I think it's a bit dangerous to sit and say, well, we need another project and then otherwise it won't work. We should look at the whole sort of landscape of approaches, and I think we'll find that quite a lot of things are being taken forward. The one aspect that I do worry about, and I think we need to think about how we take forward, and I think it came through from Jacques' presentation really well. I like the little icon with the telephone, but the user support services. Yeah. This is really complicated. Mm-hmm. And so how do we find a mechanism where we can help and take users, whether they are projects like the Easy Per Med partnership or individual research consortia, sort of by the hand and lead them through some of this complexity. And I think that's something we can look at and see if that couldn't also be part of future, say, infraserve type projects, where in addition to the current infrastructure services, you also add on some of these sort of guidance services.
We have been pointed so many times by the Commission to, for example, exchange with this cluster that was presented, the cluster of innovative uses of EHRs. And that is a cluster we wouldn't have time enough during the time frame of the project, but this kind of effort that the Commission is doing is a way probably to find the stakeholders that may serve to exchange to the final end users that probably it's sometimes hard to hear in a structured way.
Actually, complementing what Juan was saying, and probably Nicholas and have a bias, you will see the green, where many research infrastructures here. Projects come and go, but research infrastructure has been designed to maintain that knowledge, to ensure that many services can somehow, don't ask me exactly to sustain, but somehow maintain over time. And my initial reaction will be, yes, that is necessary. Let's look around us. Let's look what the research infrastructure have in place to see whether it's possible, maybe not a single research infrastructure, maybe a number of them working together, and how we maintain essential services, and then we look forward and start answering those questions to researchers. And sometimes it's not just picking on a phone or replying an email, but having a number of material that the communities per se can maintain. And then that can be the first line of response to new users or all other users to say, look, here is how we manage data, for instance. Here is how we do things while we are building. Because I agree with you, Nicholas, that we need to have in mind the strategy, the high level, but also recognize the asset that we already have, and then keep going. And then say, well, we are providing already this. We are perhaps need a little bit of glue to make sure that everything works and interoperates nicely in that space. I know, Jack, how do you see it?
So I think one of the key elements is not to duplicate what exists, meaning that there are already some services provided in this field by individual infrastructure, BBMRI for the biobank. For instance, if you go to HRIC, we will make recommendation on how to share your data at the end of the clinical trial. And please keep in mind that you have to collect the informed consent from the beginning, because if you take care of data sharing at the end of the trial, it will be too late. So but this is really something sectorial, meaning that we do that for clinical trial, they do that for biobanking and so on. We have to create something more. And I think this also is something to promote the idea of having the infrastructure working under common roof, meaning having a department store approach of research infrastructure. We are probably too fragmented for the time being. And this is, again, another argument to push S3 and the Commission to really better cooperate, coordinate, or even integrate research infrastructures. Just by integrating them, I think part of these services can be already offered.
Yeah, actually, sorry for stepping in. Actually, this coordination layer, I'm an external observer because I'm not part of advanced infrastructure. I think that will be a very useful to find these commonalities. We have been trying to do that, and as part of this CSA. And in the spirit, and at this in my vision of this strategic agenda, the spirit of the strategic agenda somehow reflects this necessity to find the commonalities across the different research infrastructures, and adding a soft layer of coordination, and lightweight governance to facilitate all this exchange in a much more, again, a structured manner, as the informal manners that sometimes happen nowadays. So probably that could be one of the messages that can be conveyed, that or partially conveyed.
And if you allow me, and probably we will need to start thinking of to close at least this event, but because still we have some time to finalize and to bring those reflections into the final version of the strategic agenda. We shouldn't only think of research infrastructure, but maybe a joint action, so a number of joint action, and I think someone has mentioned it, is important. We want policymakers also to have a relevant role here, because at the end of the day, we want to put those many elements here, and then we have elements on governance or on policies. No? We take, for instance, the work on incentive. An incentive is a community-led, that if we want something that is important, that we want to ensure that will happen, then we need the policies, specific policies for that to happen. And an example might be the research data management plan. It starts to be a suggestion, then nowadays it's a policy. So something in that direction might be an option, but I would say there is still a lot of work to do.
Yeah, so my opinion in that case, the joint actions, we are not that used, at least in the research community, to participate in them. And probably the way they are designed, at least the ones that are managed by Sante. But it is something that could be changed, talking with the Sante, so that's
Juan, you are unraveling my strategy to convince our colleagues from the Commission to say to mechanisms and how we move forward. So I think it's 2:20, and I think
we invited Daniel Ruiz.
So we have Daniel Ruiz online, hopefully.
Is he online? Okay, so Daniel is the Director for Foreign Affairs from the Instituto de Salud Carlos III, one of the main founders, or the main founder for health projects here in Spain. He has been very involved in the Spanish presidency on during the week, and also during the whole presidency. So, okay, here you are. Hi, Daniel.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. You can hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, perfectly. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's an honor for me to be here and to have the opportunity to address you at the conclusion of this HealthyCloud satellite event meeting under the Spanish Presidency Conference on Personalised Medicine in Valencia. I did it yesterday, but I would like also to congratulate the coordinators for the presentation today of the strategic research agenda, and also for the outcomes reaching during the whole project and the inspiring discussions that probably you had during this morning. And obviously based on what you mentioned with the outcomes, with the origins of the Health Research and Innovation Cloud, and how this project contribute in this strategic agenda, and also involving of the health research landscape and challenges related to the data use, very well aligning with other initiatives, and how the vision and structure of these projects has emphasized the need for a real coordination, and how the key services that includes monitoring services, legal and regulatory guidelines, metadata standards, and data interoperability guidance that address gaps and needs already discussed under the conference occurred yesterday during the principal conference. And finally, also the implementation on sustainability, something that it is not new at this level, and it's not only relevant in this case, but also in all the European Commission agendas in terms of financial models and business plans that are in the center and considered very important to ensure this long-term sustainability. It is now accepted that more and better personalized approaches in medicine and healthcare are needed for prevention and diagnostic and treatment of citizens. And so several EU policies and initiatives concur with the need that, as you mentioned, I overheard in the last second, funding and research are required for pushing forward this complex, very complex also for me, field. Personalized medicine and healthcare have been highlighted as a health horizontal priority in the Horizon Europe Strategy Plan 2021 and 2024, and is on the backbone of several initiatives, such as the European Health Data Space that probably you also mentioned, that will deliver better, more efficient and sustainable healthcare solutions and healthcare sustainable system. Yesterday, we had the opportunity in one of the sessions to highlight current initiative, in which also the project HealthyCloud was included in the discussion, and in which those examples are already dedicated to serve as a database for genomic and image data to establish the framework in terms also of regulatory for a common European data space and how it could be implemented. We have also shared national examples of data infrastructures aiming at providing best practices and highlight the role of research infrastructure. I see some colleagues in the room as a tool for academia and industry in the health sector. As I mentioned yesterday to the coordinators of the project, we also hope that this week in Valencia has served as a baseline for new challenges and new inspiring health research projects devoted to improve people's life. Hope to see more of these projects. I really appreciate your efforts, and it's an honor for me to close this meeting today, and thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.